Christopher, please be seated and switch on your mobile phones. We're going to start with today's seminar. As usual, we will begin our class proceeding with the recitation of Holy Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the seminar on Building Consensus for Pakistan Economic Future. To deliver our welcome address, I will call upon the stage Acting President IPRI, Brigadier Dr. Rashid Ghani Jr. But before I invite him on the stage, I would like to introduce him for you all. Brigadier Rashid Ghani Jr. has a diversified civil engineering project management experience, which has spanned over 32 years. He has served in various command and instructional assignments, including Pakistan Military Academy and Command and Staff College. He has been a regular contributor to op-ed pages of the News, The Nation, Daily Times, and Pakistan Observer, writing on diverse subjects like security, energy, politics, development, security, economy, and international relations. His several articles have been published in professional magazines of Armed Forces and NDU. He has been an editor of Command and Staff College Quetta's professional magazine, The Citadel. He is also a PhD scholar at NUS. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Husnain, but I am no longer a scholar. Right. Dr. Ishrat, Dr. Zubair, Nadeem Lak Sahab, Shahida Wazaret, distinguished panelists, a very warm welcome. And it's a real privilege for me to be standing here in front of a galaxy of experts to discuss economy. The objective of today's, I would call it a thought fest, is to garner the inputs from the experts as to get a sense of where we are going as far as our economy is concerned, with particular focus on the solutions. Islamabad Policy Research Institute has been organizing seminars on economy regularly. In the past 2 months, we have had a series of webinars and a major grand national dialogue on economy, in which several experts, their opinions were pooled. And we are ready with a report that would be sent to the policymakers. And this is yet another session to fill some gaps that were there in our understanding and the initial report. And I'm positive that with the inputs, we'll be able to fill those gaps and capture the desired inputs in a solution-oriented format so as to present that package to the policymakers. When we talk of economy, even a layperson like me, who's not an economist, he gets a fair measure of the flavor because we live this reality. Economy impacts and affects everybody. And as you know, there is a continual downward spiral. And there are buzzwords like structural inadequacies and structural bottlenecks. And I think it is that structure that we need to identify, because we are told by economists, whenever we start growing, we enter into a balance of payments deficit. So how do we separate both these elements? That we grow also, and we do not land into a perennial balance of payment deficit, which leads to our debt accumulation and dependencies, and then dependencies on Bretton Woods institutions and their prescriptions, which is one size fit all for all countries. It imposes pain, focuses on stabilization, devaluation of currency, balancing of books, and not always does it ameliorate the condition of the masses. The inequalities in our society, and if we consider the quantitative elements like Gini coefficient, there are vertical and horizontal inequalities galore in our country. And that is a consequence of an iniquitous economic regime. Now, when we say we have an iniquitous economic regime, there is a political linkage. We operate in a political economy overarching umbrella. And there is academic literature to support this. And it's just not an often remark that politics and economy are linked. I was going through a study by Rubini and Swagel, if I correctly pronounce them. They carried out a sample of 113 countries, and they established a correlation between low per capita GDP and low overall trajectory of growth, directly correlated to the propensity of a country to fail as an economy. So that's academic research. And then I stumbled across Yai Yang, a Chinese scholar who carried out an assessment of 96 countries, and the period spanned 60 to 80s. And again, the conclusion was the same, that the countries where there was no political stability, continuity, and consistency and coherence of policies, the economics went haywire. And in the presence of such academic literature and the realities of our political economy, there's a challenge how to prise open the chokehold of elite capture of our resources. And I think it is this aspect that most of our worthy speakers today would like to enlighten us about, because we have been speaking about economic prescriptions, structural inadequacies. Everybody knows we need to improve our exports. Everybody knows we need to create a more balance between our debt obligations. Our GDP to debt ratio, which hovers around 10%, needs to improve. Everybody knows our public debt, which is hovering in the region of 49 trillion, needs to come down. And everybody also knows that unless the structure of our economy, which should include the industrial part, because we jumped straight from an agrarian mode onto a services mode, and the manufacturing part was missing. So these are the missing puzzles and some of the concrete aspects that we would like our worthy speakers to concentrate on and enlighten us about. And I'm sure the solution-oriented prescriptions, the time has come for implementation. And apart from the solutions, we also need implementation modalities. And the bigger question, whether these economic prescriptions can work unless we change our politics, is also a million-dollar question that begs an answer. Our revenue, the informal economy, and the ability of our informal economy, which hovers around 50 to 60% of our formal economy, to sustain us in these state and economic circumstances is also a point that is worth reflecting. And when I stand here in levity, I am reminded of a quote by Adlai Stevenson, the United States representative to UN for from 60 to 65. He had quoted that it is a reality that fool and his money soon part. But in our case, we see that we are no fools, but still our money is parting us. So we must be doing something wrong. And then I'm also reminded of J.K. Galbraith, who said that inflation is a kind of a tax. And even if we don't impose money taxes, 41% inflation on our people is a continual tax on them. So how to come out of this, morass that we have sunk into? How can we separate politics from bad politics from economy? And how could we start thinking as a nation, as a society, with the whole of society approach to proceed on and remove these bottlenecks and the chokehold of elite capture? And elite capture is evidenced by $17.4 billion annual cost of subsidies that are given to the elite. I'll not name that elite. The matrix is known to everybody. But how it can be done is the pearl of high price that we need to chase in this discourse. So with these few words, I would request our mainstay of this whole event, Dr. Anil, to come and start the proceedings formally.
Thank you, sir, for your kind remarks. Now, to share his introductory remarks, I would call upon the stage Dr. Anil Salman. Dr. Salman is the Chair of Economic Security at Islamabad Policy Research Institute. He is a dynamic academic, trainer, researcher who has a multidisciplinary background in economics, blue economy, ecofeminism, institutional governance, and climate change. Internationally, he has been affiliated with the Rensselaer University, USA, Harvard University, Cambridge University, and the University of Bern, Switzerland. He has been the visiting faculty of Pakistan's Foreign Service Academy, Pakistan Institute of Trade and Development, Intelligence Bureau Academy, Police College Sihala, National Defense University for the past several years. So please.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all our guests and esteemed panelists to Islamabad Policy Research Institute. And I must say that today we have two panels, and the objective of this particular seminar has been that we see chance of different economic prescriptions from different corridors, from different think tanks. But unfortunately, I think more of having a charter of economy, we need to have a consensus of economists that where and what is the right direction for Pakistan. And at the moment, if we look at the economy, we would see that it's very fragile, and it is the outcome of our inconsistent economic policies, the lack of visionary approach, and corrupt practices. The long-standing structural weakness of the economy and low productivity growth poses a great risk to the sustained recovery. And I once said that when you look at the economy, and this is pre-COVID, I would say that Pakistan economy reflects very good 4 U's. And those 4 U's are that it's very unsustainable, it's very unstable, it's uncertain, and it's unequitable. But after post-COVID, in the last 1 year, I think I have moved from the 4 U's to the 4 D's, which is the classic case of gray rhinos in our economy. And by gray rhinos, what I say, that you know that this particular danger is coming. These factors are definitely going to make the economy weak and fragile, but still we are unable to do much, or we don't do anything. And what are these 4 Ds? The first one is the debanking. What we have seen that people have moved from the banking sector and they have preferred using cash in Pakistan economy in the last few months. Then we have moved from the formal sector to the informal sector, that is the deformalization. And you would see law of informal economy is now has a more profound impact as compared to the formal economy. And the last one, due to the law for foreign exchange, that is the dollarization. So from 4 U's, we have moved towards another 3 D's. Now, what is another important sword that has been hanging, that for the last 23 times we are going to IMF, and these chances are there that whether we are going to be default, whether it's a technical default, are we at the verge of default, or we have already defaulted? So this is a big question mark, and everyone has their own opinion. But so far, what we usually, it has not been declared that Pakistan is officially default, but the economic variables are going towards that direction. And in the end, what I would like to say that the structural reform requires sustained effort and focused policy energy to tackle the powerful lobbies vested in the old structures. And today, with these two panels, these are the certain questions that we pose, that how we can save Pakistan, and is there any hope, or do we have any optimism left in Pakistan that the country can be saved or not? Thank you very much. And after me, I would request Ms. Shigri, Alina Shigri, to take over the rostrum and conduct the panel, the discussion. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Leena Shigri, and I'm here to moderate the session with a senior panel of guest speakers who've been at key positions. We have Dr. Ishrat Hussain Saab, who's going to focus on structural reforms in Pakistan's economy, former governor of State Bank of Pakistan. Dr. Ishrat Hussain Saab joined the elite civil service of Pakistan in 1964 and served in the field, and also held mid-level policy-making positions in the finance, planning, and development departments before moving to Washington in 1979 to join the World Bank as an economist. And in the previous government of PTI, he served as the advisor to the Prime Minister on institutional reforms and austerity. हमारा फोकस आज के डिस्कशन का, जिस तरह डॉक्टर अनिल मुशर्रफ भी अनिल सलमान साहब भी कह रहे थे कि जिस तरह का अभी, एंड यू नो देयर इज अ फेमस फ्रेज दैट वी ऑलवेज हियर, पाकिस्तान एक नाजुक मोड़ से, एक नाजुक दौर से गुजर रहा है. Pakistan is passing through a difficult phase. So this is something that we hear every time a new government comes into power. और हालात यही होते हैं कि we have high inflation, we have pressures, we have currency devaluation, जो कि अभी के भी हालात हैं, जो अभी के भी problems हैं. आपके balance of payments position में intensifying pressures हैं, आपके interest rates they're now at 20%, जो कि 96 में perhaps last जो है वो देखे गए थे. Again, that also creates a lot of pressures, high cost of doing business है, और risk of default की जिस तरह डॉक्टर अनिल ने बात की थी कि हमें अभी तक नहीं पता चल रहा है और हमें तक क्लैरिटी इस पे चीज नहीं आ रही है कि whether Pakistan has averted the risk of default, whether we're at the verge of a default, और बताया हमें यही जा रहा है कि जी डिफॉल्ट से हम बहुत दूर हैं. बहरहाल हम बात करेंगे स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स किस तरह से और क्या वो की स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए, जो फंडामेंटल फ्लॉज हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स हैं इन द पॉलिसी सेटिंग्स, एंड पॉलिटिकल विल जिसकी बड़ी जरूरत है. चाहे अगर हम चार्ट ऑफ इकोनॉमी की भी बात करते हैं तो सबका कंसेंसस होना, सबको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लेकर आना, उसके लिए क्या क्या स्टेप्स रिक्वायर्ड हैं. डॉक्टर इशरत साहब, वीड लाइक टू हैव यू हियर सर. Second, we have Dr. Zubair Khan. Dr. Zubair Saab has a doctorate in political economy from Johns Hopkins University in 1978. He served on the staff of the IMF program on a range of countries. Subsequently, he served as Federal Minister of Commerce in Pakistan and has represented Pakistan at international level, international forums. Or Dr. Saab, we'd like to have you here. Thank you. Third, we have Dr. Nadeem ul Haq Saab, Vice Chancellor, Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. Nadeem Saab remained Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission of Pakistan Trade Policy and Advisor to Minister of Commerce, and has served in the IMF for 22 years as a leading technical assistance missions and policy and research team, and resident representative in 2 developing countries. Dr. Nadeem. और हमारे साथ हैं Dr. Shahida Wizarat also. Professor Dr. Shahida Wizarat did a PhD in economics from the University of East Anglia on again, Dr. Shahida Wizarat is currently the Dean at Institute of Business Management, and she's authored 3 books: The Rise and Fall of Industrial Productivity in Pakistan, Fighting Dependence, Proclaiming Sovereignty for an Enslaved Pakistan, and Fighting Imperialism, Liberating Pakistan. She's authored more than 80 research papers published in international and national journals and newspapers. She served as editor of the Pakistan Journal of Applied Economics and professor. Dr. Shahida Wizarat will also be joining us shortly. So we'll start off with, should we wait?
Yeah, is it disconnect?
Cheek. Okay. Should I sit? Right. Dr. Ishnu, would like to start? Yeah. So the structural reforms that need to be done, and हमेशा सवाल उठाया जाता है कि have we been able to identify the problems yet?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let me thank IPRI for inviting me to this discussion. Let me submit that the topic today should have been reformulated as why the consensus has not been implemented. I would very humbly say that a consensus on structural reforms already exists in the country. And if you read the manifestos of all the political parties, and if you read their statements, both in the parliament as well as in the media, and if you read pronouncements of the leading economic thinkers and economists in Pakistan, I have come across at least 15 structural reforms on which I don't think there is a difference of opinion. And let me say that in broad terms and in long-term objectives, there would be nuanced differences, but at least on the broad principles and long-term objectives, everybody's agreed that Pakistan needs high growth rates in order to improve the living standards of its population. Number 2, we have to reduce poverty to a manageable level, like other countries, particularly in China, in East Asia. 3, because we have a large proportion, 60% of our population below the age of 30, we have to create jobs for at least 1.5 million new entrants to the labor force. Number 4, we have to invest in education and health, which is the cornerstone of human capital formation. Number 5, we have to have robust social safety nets for the poor who are below the basic consumption levels. Number 6, we are heavily indebted and we have to reduce the level of indebtedness.
Number 7, agriculture is the cornerstone of our economy. Being an agrarian economy, we have to boost the sectoral output and productivity. Number 8, our balance of payment problem arises from the lack of earning capacity of foreign exchange. Therefore, we have to promote exports. Number 9, the fiscal deficit has been the main, I think, the root cause of all the imbalances, both as far as the current account is concerned, investment saving gaps are concerned, the credit to the private sector is concerned. That is a root cause. And we have to reduce expenditures and increase taxation. Number 10, that we have a civil service structure which is completely outdated and has not lived up to the needs of the current requirements and the future challenges which the country is going to face. And we have to completely revamp the civil services. Our energy sector has been a cause for bleeding as far as our public finances are concerned. The impact on industry is very, very negative, making it non-competitive. And also the burden on the domestic consumers is abnormally high. So we have to look after the energy sector. Then in the world of today, we have to move to digitalization and e-governance. That will improve efficiency, that will improve transparency, and that will ease the doing business. 14th, we have to broaden the financial sector to have the financial inclusion. Today, the majority of the financial sector credit in the private sector goes to the corporates or the high net worth individuals or the trading. It doesn't go to the SMEs, it doesn't go to the women, it doesn't go to the small farmers. So we have to increase the financial inclusion. And I don't think, and finally, people also believe that the devolution from the provincial government after the 18th Amendment has to be further extended to the local governments. These are like, motherhood and apple pie, things at which there is no disagreement at the first layer. But like onion, you peel them and you find that each layer, when you remove, depicts a different picture. So these objectives then are translated into vision statements, into national policies, into 5-year plans, and also annual plans. And if you read them, and if somebody comes from Mars and looks at all these pieces of legislation, strategy, and documents on spelling out what the strategies and plans are, they would say Pakistan is really one of the wonderful countries. So you have that layer, then you expose to the third layer, which is how the allocation of the budgetary resources has to take place. And there, the first tension starts, where in order to remove the fiscal deficit to a manageable proportion, the X falls on the investment in human resources, on development expenditure, which means that you are cutting the linkage with the future growth, although you want higher growth, and also want the poverty alleviation, but you are cutting down the investment in human resources, which is the precursor for these objectives. So that is where these tensions and the trade-offs start. The fourth layer is when it comes to the release of funds. So you may have budgetary allocations, but you have a very inefficient system of utilization of funds. In the first 3 quarters, you don't release the funds according to the requirements of the projects or requirements of the investment needs. And the fourth quarter, you bombard them with heavy releases. And naturally, you cannot do very much. And therefore, you have cost overruns and you have time which was to be taken 3 years or 4 years. It takes 5 years. So your cost benefit ratios are out of whack. And the fifth layer is where the major problem arises, which is the implementation of those policies, programs, and projects. And let me give my own personal view. The problem lies in the nature of our political dispensation. The politicians who are elected are not sure whether they will complete the 5-year term or not. And you look at the history, in the first 11 years, we had 7 prime ministers. In 1990s to 2000, I exclude the caretaker prime ministers, we had 4 or 5 prime ministers. And from 2009 to 2022, we had another 6 prime ministers. So you don't have people who are focusing on these structural reforms because for survival, their attention is given to political management. And in political management, you have to cut corners. You have to appease those lobbies, whether it is the business lobby, or it is the establishment, or it is your own political party members, because you derive your political sustenance from them. And therefore, you're not talking about the long-term structural. And that's why we have crisis management after management. I can assure you that if a government is given 5 years secure term of tenure of office, the decision-making process in Pakistan would be much superior to what it has been. And that is where the continuity, predictability, and consistency of economic policies is concerned. And I am often quoting the examples from my 2 neighboring countries, which have done extremely well. Till 1991, India was a laggard. It was growing at 3% per annum, while we were growing for 40 years at 6% per annum. And Bangladesh even didn't count. Narasimha Rao from the Congress undertook some drastic reforms of liberalization, deregulation, and integration with the rest of the economy. The world and the economic actors and the businessmen in India did not take the notice until Vajpayee came to power from the opposition, continued those policies, and even bolstered those policies by privatizing some of the state-owned enterprises. And India has taken off for the last 15, 16 years with a record of 6 to 7% economic growth next to China. Khalida Zia and Hasina Wajid are bitter rivals. They're called wet-wing Begums, but their economic policies have remained the same, unchanged. And therefore, the investors in Bangladesh couldn't care less who was in the power, because they knew that these policies will continue, and therefore they took the decisions to take the ready-made garments from almost nil in 1990s to $42 billion today. So the consistency, continuity, and predictability of economic policies are the key, and that is linked with the political stability. So give them 5 years term. If they don't do well, the electorate will reject them. If they've done well, they will be re-elected, and this policy will continue. Even if you have such a consensus, I don't see why these policies should be tampered with. And that is my major submission. At the implementation stage, I would submit there are 3 major constraints. One constraint is that we don't have the capacity within the government to carry out these kind of structural changes. And that is because there is too big a footprint of the government in everything. And that is what is hindering the enterprise and the initiatives of the private sector, which is being actually throttled by too much of regulation by the government. And the government officials are the beneficiaries. The more regulation they have, the more powers and the more rents they can extract. And that goes both for the political leaders as well as for them. Then you have winners and losers. And the winners and losers are very, very different. If you carry out the reforms, for example, of having the steel mill sold to the private sector, the labor union who is opposed to privatization will come out in the streets and get the sympathy of the media, of the political parties, and try to stop that. The winners are going to be in distant future, not immediately, because the economy as such will be the winner as the government subsidies are removed from the state, from the steel mill towards education and health. So there's no champion for the reforms. So this asymmetry between the losers being immediate, organized, and the winners being diffused and in distant future create a hurdle, a constraint as far as structural reforms are concerned, which have a long period. They are not congruent with the electoral cycle of 5 years. They take more time than the 5 years. And therefore, in the short term, it is how powerful the lobbies are. They influence the decision making. And I'll take 2 examples only to illustrate this implementation mechanics for you. I have calculated that we are still short of our tax potential by at least 5 to 6 percentage points of GDP. Mostly we talk about the FBR, but let me give you some numbers. Agriculture sector generates 20% of GDP, and its contribution to the whole tax collection in the country is 0.03%. While manufacturing sector has a value addition of 13% in the GDP and pays 66% of the total taxes. You have $400 to $600 billion of real estate in this country, and the entire property tax in Pakistan is 20 billion rupees. You have a lot of services which are given exemption because of the political clout. If you add up these, my calculation, which is now published, it can be seen, we can collect at least 400 billion from the real estate, another 350 billion from the top 10% of the landholders who have more than 25 acres of land, which is equivalent to what your tax exemption limit is, and another 300-400 billion from the services which are not covered or which are exempted. In the FPR, it is very, very interesting. Only 1.1% of the people are paying direct taxes, while remaining 8.4% is coming through indirect taxes. And indirect taxes are regressive in nature. They fall on the poor, on the middle class, which doesn't have the capacity to pay the taxes. You have 7 million NTN holders, only 3.2 million of them file the tax returns, out of which 1 million of them do not declare any income, they have no income. Now, if you really want to have this indirect taxes reduced, sale tax, for example, from 17% to single digit, what you have to do is to bring in these individuals and the registered sale tax companies. Half of them are not paying any taxes into the tax net. And every time you try to impose even indirect tax through for example, electricity bill for the traders, they come out on the street. But go to Liberty Market, go to Tariq Road, go to General Supermarket. They are making millions of rupees in income every month, and they're paying no taxes. But you're burdening the corporate sector, which is now paying 40 to 50%, so they don't have retained earnings in order to invest, and therefore our investment GDP ratio remains 15%, while Bangladesh and India have 30%. So you have to broaden tax base and reduce the tax burden on the existing taxpayers. But the political economy is that these are influential lobby groups who do not allow you to touch them. And finally, I will take the example of the agriculture productivity. When I was in the finance department of the government of Sindh, the entire operation and maintenance expenditure of irrigation system was recovered through Abhyana or the irrigation water charges. Today, it's not even 10% in Sindh and Punjab. Any other country will be very much repenting that we have one of the best contiguous irrigation system in the world, and we are losing half of our water from the confluence of the Indus River down to the field. You start with 145 million acre feet and you reduce it to only 75 million acre feet. Thank God for us that we have surface water supplemented by groundwater in Punjab, which is sweet and which is giving. Why it is happening? That all the influential landowners temper the modules of the outlets and divert all the water towards their own lands and overflood them, while the tailenders, which are the poor peasants, are not able to get the water they need. So the productivity differential is 5 times more or 6 times more between those who are on the head and the tail. If you just increase 10% of the productivity of the tailenders, Pakistan's wheat crop will be 32, 33 million tons, not 27 million tons. So you have inequitable distribution of income, and you have poverty spreading among those who are at the tail end. So this is the political economy where the decision makers, being the members of the large business community, of the large, landlord holding and other vested interests, are driving the policy implementation, while the policies on paper look very good. So this is the reason why I started saying we should say why the consensus is not being implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ishrat. The next we have Dr. Zubair Khan Saab. He'll be discussing the role of the IMF programs in Pakistan's recurring crisis. Pakistan's been to the IMF some 23 times. We raised this question whether IMF is part of the problem or part of the solution. Dr. Zubair, we'd like you to please join us here. And IMF ke lihaz se hi, sir.
This is yours? Okay.
Allergic to pollen in Islam.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you so much to IPRI for giving us an opportunity to be here together. Such a distinguished panel of colleagues over here, and some probably waiting to come later. I must say that the director and Dr. Anil, when they made the introduction, they set up such a broad agenda for discussion, because Pakistan has a whole range of issues, and we could not even just use a one-word description of the different problems within the 15 minutes that you have allotted us. I think we need to sort of be a little bit more focused. So let me sort of try and sort of at least make my presentation focus on the major issues. I think there are some problems of conception and understanding in the national debate on the economy. We are not being able to distinguish between problems of development and problems of stabilization. So macroeconomic stabilization is the reason why when we become unstable, that we have this recurring balance of payments problem, and we have to go to the IMF. And that is what causes the greatest disruption that comes home to us in terms of inflation, or the rise in the price of dollars, or all of these austerity measures that the governments then take all of a sudden. But the underlying development problems, that of education and health and productivity and agriculture and industry, those remain constant throughout. When we talk of the consensus, political consensus on the economic agenda, it kind of doesn't really fit in my sort of thinking. See, the whole essence of democracy is that political parties have different agendas or very clear objectives in terms of economic policies. And that's what distinguishes one from the other. Not that they do in Pakistan, but that's how it should be. We all know that a good economy is the best politics. So obviously they would all be trying to achieve the best growth, the best income distribution, the least inflation, and all of that. In the US, they say, it's the economy, stupid. That is the political slogan, that if you get your economy right, you will do well on the political side. So there's no doubt that these parties are probably trying to achieve the best, but they're not able to do that. Now, what is the consensus that we can ever talk about? The consensus we can talk about is that there must be responsible government. Because let me first try and identify as the way I see it, as the root cause of the problems of Pakistan. See, Pakistan has had, say 23, I would say balance of payments, 22 balance of payments crisis. Every time you've gone to the fund, it's only in a crisis. You cannot go to the IMF unless you have a severe crisis. It's not a development bank. You must remember that. It's not the World Bank or something. You go and borrow money for a project. You're going there because you've run out of reserves. And the reason we have gone there each time, I've just done a recent study on this, is that Pakistan has had a huge fiscal deficit. Now, to understand macroeconomics, you must realize that, see, all of these different issues that we talk about, whether it's fiscal, monetary, external exchange rates, they are interconnected. And these interconnections are completely lost on our political leadership. And I would say most of the time on our economic managers. They address each one separately. Now, once you understand that they're interconnected, then you will be able to see what is really causing it. In Pakistan, the root cause is the deficit. So allow me to just go through the steps to explain to you how that happens. When what is its impact? When the deficit happens, it gets reflected in the current account deficit. And when that happens, when you have a deficit, it must be filled with borrowing. You borrow. When you borrow, you run up a debt. And then you have to service it. It depletes your reserves. And eventually, you have a foreign exchange crisis. At the same time, the deficit causes an increase in the money supply because that deficit has to be financed by borrowing from the commercial banks or the state bank. So that leads to an increase in the money supply. When you increase the money supply, it leads to inflation. So both inflation and the external imbalance are the reflection of what we call these are the macroeconomic imbalances which have to be addressed. Now, once we address those, then development can take place within the constraints of responsible overall macroeconomic policies. Do we have a consensus on that? I would say we don't need it. There's a law. The Constitution, and there's a law called the Fiscal Responsibility and Debt Limitation Act. It was enacted in 2005, and it says that no budget or no government can allow the debt GDP ratio to exceed a number they had chosen at that time was 60% or 65%. But what happens? The governments have been consistently exceeding that. No one has taken them to task. The parliament itself is doing it. They're the majority. So there's no one asking them. So even when you have a law, and by the way, there's a constitutional article, I can't remember the number, but anyway, it says that any government can only do expenditures which are in accordance with the laws passed by parliament. Now, if the fiscal responsibility law is already there, the constitution doesn't allow you to go beyond that. But every budget is passed, and you are saying that the budget is not bringing the debt GDP ratio lower. So the point is that the violations of the law are taking place. So the consensus to have, shall we say, macroeconomic stability is being violated just blatantly, with impunity. So what to talk of consensus on the other issues? And on the other issues, personally, I don't think that there should be a consensus. Some people will think that agriculture is the best way to take the economy forward. Another party might think industrialization is this is the essence of democracy. Let them try that. And what is there to, shall we say, constrain them or judge them? The accountability of the democratic process. as we say, it's whether by its election or whether it is even through parliamentary, shall we say, change of government. Now, when we talk of political stability, I read political stability to mean adherence to the constitution, to the law. And if the constitution allows for changes of government before the end of the 5-year, period between elections, that, by the way, in a parliamentary democracy is not giving a sanction to any party to be in power for 5 years. It just says elections must be held no longer than 5 years, but it can be held earlier. Holding earlier elections are part of the parliamentary process. There are many countries that have changed governments many times. Look at Italy. They changed them probably quicker than the seasons in any country. But does that mean that they've lost their position? No. So let us not sort of mix up the changes of government with our economic. Don't blame your economic woes with that. The root cause of Pakistan's problems are the fiscal irresponsibility that we follow. Now, let me dwell on a little bit on that. Then why does that happen? See, Pakistan has a few things. Now, a deficit can be reduced either through revenue measures or reduced expenditures. In Pakistan, the size of government has been growing tremendously. Would you believe that last year that expenditures were public sector expenditures of the two-level governments? You know, I'm not talking of the local government, of the federal and the provincial together of all the provinces, were 23% of GDP. That means literally 1/4 of the GDP was being consumed by the government. Is that what you want? Do the people even know that? No, they don't. There isn't that awareness in the country. And the government is not producing exports. They're not producing manufactured goods. They're not producing wheat. So what are they doing? Are they providing any service with which anyone in this hall is satisfied? No. So just imagine that here is 1/4 of the GDP is being used by government. The governments have grown in size because politicians think that giving jobs to people in government is their job. No, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to facilitate the creation of jobs through the private sector. Let the private sector produce and export and create the productivity and produce more crops. Now, this is the whole, shall we say, the political, shall we say, misconceptions of our politicians. And why do you think people want government jobs? Because they get paid, they don't have to attend office, they don't have to produce anything. Unbelievable. There are hundreds and hundreds of jobs. I mean, look at the attendance in these places. You go for any particular service to, apart from some special, like offices like Nadra or the passport office where you get prompt service, you go for other things, it can tell you, Maniala, come tomorrow. Come tomorrow. And it's never ending. So you have to realize that what is so, number one, the problem of the large government is this mistaken political understanding that the job of government, of political parties is to give jobs in the government. No, it's to facilitate jobs by allowing the private sector to grow. That's number one. What is the other reason? The other reason is that in Pakistan, we have a mechanism, thank God we do, it's called the National Finance Commission. Now, you see, Pakistan has a very large country. So we have 3 tiers of government. There are some responsibilities of government which can be handled only by the federal government, others provincial, and there are some services which have to be done by the local government. But because of the disparity in the, shall we say, economic inheritance of fortunes of provinces and of districts, we have a mechanism by which collection of revenue is mostly done by the federation, and then it is passed on down to the provinces, and then through the provinces, through the provincial finance commissions to the districts, so as to equate the availability of resources according to the needs of these particular tiers of government. Now, in Pakistan, in the 7th NFC award, which happened in, I think, 2010, if I'm not wrong, 2010, we made an unbelievable change from the norms previously. Right now, the Federation receives only 42.5% of the divisible pool. The rest goes to the provinces. Is that good or bad? Let me tell you that the structure of government is in the form of funds, functions, and functionaries. Now, when you don't have the functions, but you get all the funds, you're obviously going to deprive another level of government of funds. So the Federation has all the responsibilities, the one expensive ones, defense, debt servicing, and many others, but the funds have been reduced. So the federal government necessarily goes into huge deficits, while the provinces have been given a huge amount of money, and the fiscal, the financial management systems are very poor. That is where all the corruption takes place. That's where all of these accounts have, Maksud Chaprasi, they appear over there. So this is there's a massive transfer of resources to the provinces without really with responsibilities, where the responsibilities are with the Federation, but they don't have many funds. So there's a tendency to go to produce a deficit at the end of the year. So that's another reason you have this thing. The third one is that Pakistan has been pursuing, as I said earlier, by the way, that monetary and fiscal policy very tight are interconnected. We have a monetary policy issue which is impinging on the fiscal. Now, these are things which are not really discussed much at the national level, but you have to understand that masla kya hai. We always, the first thing when somebody wants to cut down on we get advice from abroad for the control of the deficit, we say, वो जो है अपना डिफेंस बजट कम करे, भाई डिफेंस बजट की बात यहाँ नहीं है. You know which is the single largest item in the budget? It's interest payments. This year, Pakistan will be spending 5.2 trillion rupees in interest payments alone to the commercial banks, and I'm not talking about external debt. This is the debt, the interest payments to local commercial banks. Because of a mistaken interest rate policy, interest rates are used as an instrument of control for controlling inflation in Western economies, where private spending is, shall we say, funded or driven by credit. In Pakistan, how many of you use credit cards to do your spending? You don't. Probably everyone has cash. So it doesn't really impact. The monetary policy has become totally ineffective in Pakistan. We've seen it today, interest rates are at 20%. I think it must be the highest rate in the world. And we're spending so much money. The 5.2 trillion, I said, it uses up literally 70% of all tax revenues. We are talking of tax for the people more. Why? So we can pay the commercial banks. I'm against taxes. I don't believe that taxes should be raised anymore. The people use the tax GDP ratio as you cannot compare tax GDP ratios across countries unless the distribution of income is the same, unless the economic structures are the same. This is very easy to say that your tax GDP ratio is the same. We don't know. Somebody needs to do the research. Maybe Pi can do the research, and they will tell us in 3 months whether to what extent these things are comparable. How many of you are here run a business or are in business? Anyone? Raise hands, please. No one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many of you are active farmers? None. But we have strong opinions about what is happening over there. We have very strong opinions. Look, let me first tell you that if you have read the theory of the firm in economics, it is not how businesses are run. Businesses are run very differently. We think, and all our prescriptions coming from the donors or our own people, they're based on books. They don't know what we do in businesses. If the way that we have approached economic policy making in Pakistan should be the way the IMF is saying, the economy would not be in this position here. I just wrote an article a few days ago, so let me not repeat all the things that I've said over there. Read my article in Dawn, 10th March, I think. See, Pakistan is now about to complete the 22nd program with the IMF. And this is the 9th review. And we are on the brink of default. What does it tell you? Does it make you think that is the IMF telling us the right thing? It makes me think. I worked there. I've been a great supporter of those policies. But are they doing the right thing in Pakistan? Immediately, this is the way you evaluate. You first look at the results of those policies. Stop discussing them in terms of theory. And before this, they just completed another successful program in Pakistan, which ended in 2016. And then 2 years later, we were back with the IMF, begging for money because we were in a bad way. And we are going to finish this program now in June, if they approve whatever steps they've asked Pakistan to do. And when it ends in June, we'll be asking for another program on July 1. Because the country is already done, just make the payments by 30th June. So it makes you think. That is why I decided to write this paper and say that what is going wrong? We are imposing taxes. Yes, we must impose taxes, but taxes have a number of impacts. It's not just revenue generation. You must have seen in the newspaper, revenue target has not been met. We must do this. Have you ever read any article or any reporting by the media? And I must say the media must look at those things. Then when you are only talking of revenue targets, have you ever looked at the impact of taxation on economic activity, on income distribution, on investment decisions, on resource allocation, on competitiveness? No. That is why we are losing competitiveness. Because here we are just driven for anything at all which they can tax. Anything they must tax it at every level. Small businesses are shutting down. Let me tell you that the success story of Asia. What happened? Do you remember the 4 tigers? Maybe that happens before you people either born or you're old enough to be reading anything. We had the 4 tigers, and there was another wave of Asian economies that became newly industrialized, and another wave. Then finally, South Asia was the only laggard of Asia. Even they are doing well. Today, Pakistan and recently Sri Lanka are the only ones who are doing badly. So there's something going wrong over here. You must remember 1965, बैच ऑफ 64 में है ईशे साहब, इनसे पूछ ले 1965 में Pakistan was doing very well. The Koreans sent a team to Pakistan to find out what is making Pakistan tick. Their exports were just a few $1 million more than exports at that time. Today, South Korea is at $500 billion and more. हम 25-26 पे फंसे हुए हैं, declining. Why? Because see, at that time, the fashion there, Latin America, in Asia, everywhere was import substituting policies. Writers like Prebish and all, this is what they thought was the right thing. But then we all discovered that no, that was not the most efficient way to allocate resources. And therefore, you must have a more balanced. So, hence the export promotion policies. Pakistan has gone through these swings up and down, but we keep reverting to import substituting policies. From about mid-90s to about 2009, Pakistan was able to reduce import duties very, very sharply. And import duties as a source of revenue declined very sharply. Then what happened? Pakistan went into a balance of payments crisis because of the fiscal excesses of the end of the government, jo Q ki thi. And then they started imposing import duties all over again. Now import duties have become just as important. So there's a clear example that because they wanted revenue, they set aside the big reforms that had taken place, that we were going to reduce import substitution and going forward. Now today I see in the newspapers, people are saying, gee, import substitution बढ़ाएं, इसलिए हमने imports कम करनी है. That's not how it happens. And why did the rest of the world who were following the same policies as us in the mid-60s, why have they gone to the top? Because they shunned import substitution policies. They have never gone back to them. So when we say that we must adopt a consensus, we must develop a consensus on these broad principles. And it's not just lip service. We must know what the word export promotion policies mean. And when I asked you that how many of you have run a firm, let me give you an example why I said that. There was a system recently till around 2007 or 6-7 that to help the exporters, we said no duty, no drawback, so that when they need a raw material to make a good export product, they didn't have to pay duties or sales tax. And they just used it in the product and they exported it. Now we have got rid of that. And with the thing I heard one of the finance minister say recently, कोई परवाह नहीं, आप investment goods के ऊपर भी आप tax भर ले, आपको वापस मिल जाएगा. कैसे कब मिलेगा? In 30 years. As the product, you need, you're short of Pakistan. You know this. Everyone knows the investment rates are the lowest. We are not doing enough investment, and we are certainly not doing enough investment in manufacturing, in machinery. And when you make machines expensive, more than the price that the world is paying, your investment is going to be even lower. So you see how, shall we say, contradictory our policies are compared to our high-flying objectives that we have. So I would say that we have to first get a consensus on these major things. That all right, we're going to go for export promotion. So then what does that mean? We will not follow the A, B, C, D, E, F of that requirement. The other thing, I was talking about interest rate. Yes, we've already discussed that. Taxation. Yeah, so more or less I've covered most of these issues that I wanted to raise with you. But what I'm trying to say is that, look, political consensus has to be that we will stick to the law, to the constitution. If they do that, believe me, your problems are over. If they can bring their fiscal deficits down, you won't have a current account deficit. You won't have inflation. And then if any government, like for instance, PTI is championing the cause of for the, we have some water. I think I hope I'm not taking too long. I just. All of these income support programs, youth support, this support, देखिए बात सुनिए, ये सब चीजें बहुत अच्छी हैं. I fully support them, but they must be done within the constraints of a responsible fiscal policy. आपका एक envelope होता है, उसके अंदर आपने जो भी करना है. और in any case, I personally believe that I would rather make sure that I have policies that create robust SMEs, create robust agriculture growth, because that's where all your poor people reside in their rural areas. हम तो एग्रीकल्चर को टैक्स कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये किसी ने नहीं बताया कि 2/3 of the poor live there. ये वो की जमीन है जिनके ऊपर आप लोग और टैक्स लगा रहे हो. So we look at the land census of Pakistan. Less than 5% of the land is in large holdings. The rest is all small holdings. And remember, taxation, as you know it, is only कि भाई इतना tax बढ़े. Do you know there's a thing called pricing policy? Through pricing policy, you can transfer resources away from one sector to the other. You don't allow the export of agriculture commodities. There has to be a clearance from somebody. Ministry of Commerce देगी वरना नहीं जाएगा. So you are suppressing the policies, the prices here. Wheat को आप allow करें, भाई wheat की price चढ़ जाएगी. But for the urban elite, not elite, but the urban people, we keep the prices down. आप आज टमाटर, प्याज, आलू का एक्सपोर्ट शुरू करें, फार्मर को फायदा होगा, गरीब है वहां पर और बाकियों को नहीं होगा. But they want to know, isn't that a form of taxation? It is clearly a form of taxation. जैसे वो कहते हैं ना कि पॉलिटिशियन लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड करें तो उसके बाद लगाए सबके ऊपर टैक्स. वहां पर इनकम ट्रांसफर हो रही है और यहाँ पे हम कहते हैं कि जनाब look at we must get our tax right. Have you आबियाना की बात की क्या? हमारे सीनियर हैं शुद्ध साहब ने. मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं. Do you know that there's no doubt that water is underpriced in Pakistan? But if you were a farmer, let me tell you one thing. You will know. By the way, I do some farming and I also have some businesses. And this is some new things I've done after I left the fund, when I came back. And I discovered the other side of the economy. I was at the receiving end. When I was at the fund giving advice in 15 countries, I was telling ye kare. When I started doing these things, I was receiving the dictates of all of these policies. Give you an example of Abiana. Abiana is the water charge. It's very low. And that Abiana, agar pani aapko sahi time par na mile, when you are sowing your seed, when you need it, when the wheat is tilling, if you don't know what tilling is, the tells you how much we know about the subject we hold opinions on. So that water is useless. बाद में आ जाए 2 हफ्ते के बाद, your wheat crop is already affected 20%. Already affected by 20%. आपने देखा ना wheat का ये हालत है. अगर the weather changes, becomes 2 degrees warmer than it should be at the time of when we are approaching the harvest, the wheat seed, each seed will be 10% smaller, will shrink. What does that mean? That your wheat output is 10% lower. So farmers are at the sort of, they're subject to the vagaries of weather. Give them a break. Give them a break. Has anyone been to the sabji mandi yet? कभी कोई गए हैं? आप गए हैं ना? अच्छा, वो एक और भी गए. 3, 4, there you are. I know. You also supply to sabji mandi. मिर्चें आप लोग के पाप से आती है. अच्छा, she's my niece. That's why I know her. Her grand niece, sorry. आपको एक छोटा सा हिस्सा बताऊं. कभी मैंने कितनी दफा कहा कि आप लोग इन्फ्लेशन और उसकी बातें करते हैं, and this जुमा बाजार thing, it is also related to that. And I've told this to prime ministers like Shaukat Nazir, बाकी को नहीं बताया. मैं क्या कभी जाए तो सही यार वहां पर देखें क्या होता है. When the farmer picks his crop, suppose it's मटर, आजकल मटर के दिन आने वाले हैं, मैं इसलिए मटर के बोल peas, sweet peas. He picks his crop during the day, sends it in a van. 5, 6 farmers, everyone small farmer, 3, 4 sacks each. It comes in a van to the sabji mandi for auction. the auction takes place in the evening, there are no retail shopkeepers over there because the shopkeepers are still sitting either in the shops or they're home after the whole day of working over there. So there are only touts of the auctioneers. They will buy from them at some price. And the price is usually so low, it's unbelievable. But what is the option? Does the farmer have the money or the wherewithal to say, no, I'm not going to sell my produce and take it back to my farm? He can't do it. It's a perishable. So he has to give it. Now, my personal experience is that the next day, that same crop, sweet peas, is available in the retail shops in Islamabad at least 500 to 600% higher prices. At least 500 to 600% higher prices. You might complain of the price of the farmer is making money. The farmer is being scalped over there in the evening. So we have to understand the market mechanisms. We have to address those. You address those. The Sunday Bazaar was originally planned so that farmers could bring their produce into cities and sell directly to consumers like us, so that the middleman margin, which is 400 to 500%, that is removed. Suppose he's selling the pea at 5 rupees a kilo and it's selling at 40 rupees a kilo in the market in the morning. You might both make a better deal in the Sunday Bazaar at 20. There will be a greater producer surplus and then be greater consumer surplus, if you remember that from your theory of the consumer. Now, you see, this is where things don't work like that. Our systems have failed. The administrative systems have failed. The Atwar Bazaar and the Sabzi Mandi are both in the hands of another group of, shall we say, elite who control that and this. No farmer sells in the Atwar Bazaar. This Sunday, please check. When you buy the stuff, ask the guy, do you own a farm? Have you brought this from him? No. So this is the whole point. We must go to the root of these problems. Market structures are very important. And this could be a part of the consensus that, all right, we must make sure that the market structures are not so monopolistic. The monopoly is not only of the automakers and the cement and the sugar and the other mafia, the banking mafia. The monopoly is also of these market manipulators who don't allow consumers to benefit and nor do they allow the farmers to get their output. So there are many issues, and I think the development issues are much larger, but please, my focus should have been only on the stabilization and what the IMF does, but I've kind of gone into the other issues. Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Shahida Wizarat or Dr. Zubair Khan Saab ने जिस तरह से mention किया, even the monetary tightening measures that have been inefficient. January 2022, our interest rates were around 9.75%, CPI was 13%, and clearly by now we have 20% interest rates and 31.6%. 40% inflation CPI. So yeah, that has clearly not been working. I mean, and doesn't even seem to be correlated. Dr. Shahida Wizarat will be focusing on proposed alternative to the IMF. If not the IMF, then what? Dr. Shahida, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alina. And thank you very much, Islamabad Policy Research Institute, the academics and the management for inviting me. I'm going to talk about an alternative that I have prepared. And I'll try to show that my alternative is far, far superior than the alternative, than the IMF model. And I will give you reasons. But before I do that, I would like to follow Brigadier Ginjua in starting with a quotation. And this quotation is from Einstein, who said that if you keep doing something over and over again, but expecting different results, then you're insane. And I think we have been, for the last 30 years, we've been following the IMF model, and we have totally messed up our economy. But we continue to follow the same example and to follow the same policies. Now, very briefly, I will criticize the IMF model because I try to remain within my 15 minutes time. So I will just very briefly criticize the IMF model. There are lots of criticisms about the IMF model, and I convened two very important international conferences in 1993. Excuse me, Dr. Zubair, I want your attention.
I'm apologizing for taking too much time.
Okay. So I was saying that in 1993 and 94, I organized two very important conferences about IMF policies and World Bank policies. And I invited very top-notch economists like Professor Sir Hans Singer, Tony Tillington, all those very, stars. And in those conferences, a lot of criticisms of the IMF were made. For example, a lot of economists, Hans Singer and Tony Tillington, all these people say that the problem with IMF is that, they have one size fits all, or what Stiglitz calls cookie cutter type of policies. But my criticism is far more basic than these criticisms. And you see, IMF advises the government to devalue the currency, which through reduction in export prices is expected to increase the demand for exports. They say you make your exports cheaper, so you can increase the demand for your exports. For the last about 30 years, we've been doing that without much success. But what it does is that it increases the prices of your import prices. And a lot of our imports happen to be on account of capital goods, industrial raw material, and oil. And also, this narrative doesn't take into account low elasticity of demand and supply of our exports and imports. With low demand and supply elasticities, the expansion in exports and reduction in imports might not happen. And even sometimes we are able to cut down our imports, but that is at a very heavy cost because we've witnessed a lot of deindustrialization. And that is what I think Brigadier Ginjua was also talking about. He was saying that we switched from being an agricultural economy to being a service sector economy because in between, when we started industrializing, there was massive deindustrialization. And that is why we skipped industrialization and we went on to the service sector. And then also there are devaluation has other problems besides making our imports expensive, which happen to be on account of industrial capital goods, industrial raw material, and oil, which increases the cost of doing business. And when the cost of doing business goes up, prices go up, and because of that, our industry becomes non-viable, and a lot of industries closed down in the 1990s and are again closing down. And then the IMF comes up with a very interesting suggestion that now, since the prices are rising because of devaluation, they get the government to tighten the monetary policy, saying that tight monetary policy will take care of inflation. Now, tight monetary policy takes care of inflation if you have demand-pull inflation. But like I said, our inflation is mainly on account of devaluation. And devaluation means that our prices of industrial raw material and capital goods and oil is increasing. So ours is cost-push inflation. But the IMF gets the state bank to tighten the monetary policy, because of which inflation increases further. And also there is a decline in investment, decline in output, employment. In the 1990s, 20 lakh people lost their jobs and 5,000 industries were closed down. And this time the situation is much worse. 75 lakh people in the textile sector alone have lost their jobs. Now, IMF's external sector strategy has been used unsuccessfully in Pakistan since the 1990s. And also devaluation also increases your debt burden. So that is another problem. And I would like to quote from my earlier study. I had done another study, another book in which I had come up with contours of an alternative model, which was published in 2011, where this study on alternative to the IMF was first published in the year 2000. Now, this study that I have brought out, this is a even more refined version of that one. And in this study, I have given an alternative to the IMF, which I'm going to discussing right now. I'm going to discuss this. But just quoting from my previous study, consequences of pursuing such policies are: one, it tries to bring about a recessionary adjustment rather than an expansionary adjustment. Second, the strategy tries to impose across the board demand restraint rather than selective and targeted demand restraint. Third, the cost of adjustment is borne entirely by the middle and poor segments of the society, particularly this time in the 1990s. But this time, even the poor can't even eat roti because the cost of the roti has become 35 rupees or 30 rupees. So this time, the situation is far more serious. Now, coming to my alternative, like I said, that my alternative is far superior to the IMF model. This is on account of, number one, with hindsight, we know that devaluations for the last many years have not increased exports, and reduction in import demand has been at a very high cost to the economy in the form of deindustrialization. We are also aware of the adverse ramifications of devaluation on inflation, investment, output, and employment. In view of the above, I am proposing selective demand restraint rather than across the board demand restraint. Second, the minor cost of adjustment is on the wealthy segments of the Pakistani society. Third, my proposed strategy tries to break the trade-off between economic adjustment and economic growth by trying to bring about an expansionary adjustment rather than a recessionary adjustment, which is typical of the IMF model, that they get the economy, they squeeze the economy. And my alternative, we are expanding the economy. Fourth, I'm not trying to increase foreign exchange reserves by increasing exports only, but I have focused on expanding exports, reducing imports, increasing remittances, foreign investment, and other financial assets that Pakistan has. For example, Pakistan is a very rich country. We have a lot of resources, but unfortunately, we give out our resources either free of cost or for peanuts. We give them to friends and we give them to foes. We give them to everybody. And then after giving them out for free, other countries, India, Israel are taking our pink salt and they are adding value to it, and they are earning a lot of foreign exchange. We are selling it to India in raw form, and from India, Israel is also buying pink salt and they're making money on it. Similarly, our minerals. We are selling our minerals to our friends and also to our foes, and for peanuts. And they are taking our minerals, they're digging out gold rocks, etc., and they're taking them to their countries, and from there they tell us that this was the value of the thing. And those minerals are also studied with a lot of precious stones. They take everything there, and we give them everything for free or for peanuts, and then we go with a begging bowl. Now, if you come across a person, a rich man, and this rich man has got a lot of wealth, he gives out everything for free, and then he goes with a begging bowl. Then what opinion are you going to form about that rich man? I have said in my book that this is not just financial mismanagement, it is financial madness. आप पागल कहेंगे ना कि जितना अमीर है इतनी दौलत है सब बांट देता और फिर जाता है भीख मांगने. So then you say that he's bad. Okay, so in this model, I have this table 1. And in this table, if you have a look at this table, I have short-term measures, medium-term measures, and long-term measures. For example, I have proposed selective demand management. I have said that banning the import of luxury and consumer goods. Selective demand restraint rather than across the board demand restraint reduces the import demand for consumer and luxury goods, creating space for the import of essential capital goods, industrial raw material, and machinery required for economic development. The strategy also passes on the cost of adjustment to the wealthy classes instead of the middle and poor classes. For example, the cost borne by wealthy classes will be marginal as compared with the tremendous social, economic, political cost that is entailed in the IMF strategy. For example, in this table, if you look at consumer durables, which are imported in the country to the tune of $3.8 billion in 2017. Now, by banning the imports, I have suggested that we create a fiscal space for importing essential capital goods, industrial raw material, and machinery required for CPEC and other developmental needs. Then I have suggested importing essential consumer goods on barter or through local currencies. Import of essential goods like petroleum through barter or local currencies can release pressure on the foreign exchange reserves. Moreover, it can also bring about an expansionary adjustment rather than a recessionary adjustment. I can discuss this in detail later on. I'll just go through it, and if anybody wants to know how, I will explain after my presentation. Such a proposal will not only help to save foreign exchange to the tune of $8.4 billion in the table, but also revive economic activity. Now, after banning consumer durables and importing petroleum and petroleum products through barter or local currencies, we can save a staggering $12.2 billion from the import bill. Now, if also edible oil can also be imported on barter, like Malaysia had offered to Pakistan, they had offered palm oil, this will release another $1.6 billion. I was discussing at a seminar in Moscow with the Russian, think tanks, and I proposed barter trade. But a lot of the Russians and also the Council General were very, very keen on trading in local currencies. And they gave me the example of Russian-Iranian trade, and they said that we are trading in local currencies and we're doing it very successfully. And so I have suggested that if we do the same for edible oil, and if we ban consumer durables, then we can save $13.8 billion according to the data, 2017-18 data. Then the table 2 contains the data on exports. And here, what I've been trying to say is that we don't need to make our exports cheaper. We need to enhance the quality of our exports. For example, like I told you, that for the last 30 years, we have been making our exports cheaper without much success in terms of increasing the demand for the exports and increasing our export earnings. Number one, I have proposed medium to long-term measures as far as exports are concerned. And here I have suggested exploring substitutes for essential imports. Moreover, demand for petroleum products can be reduced by switching to alternative sources like wind, solar, nuclear, and hydro. Okay. Now we come to exports. They're now exploring alternative markets for our exports. I've suggested that we explore export markets for fish, textile yarn, wearing apparel, accessories, sports goods, leather and leather manufacturers, and surgical instruments. This is from table 2. Alternative markets for these could be Central Asia, the Russian Federation, Middle East, China, Japan, and also European Union. Pakistan, being an agricultural country, has a lot of potential to export food items, fruits and vegetables to the European Union, the Russian Federation, and other SCO countries, and also many in Central Asia. But the consumers in these countries are health conscious and nutritious conscious, and governments are equally alive to the situation, and they are enacting laws to ensure quality assurance of food products imported in these countries. Pakistan, on the contrary, under external pressure, has been promoting GM seeds. GM seeds and have not also not passed the labeling law, with the result that you cannot discriminate between BT products, organic products, and other ordinary products which are not neither organic nor GM. In this scenario, even if Pakistan is able to produce a large exportable surplus, and even if we continue to devalue, we will not be able to increase the demand for our exports, because I was in the Russian Federation to attend the SCO civil society meeting in 2016 when President Putin banned GMOs. And I really liked what he said from our standards, from Western standards. He's not a democratic leader, but I really liked his concern for the Russian people. He said that I will not allow Western chemical companies, pharmaceutical companies, and fast food chains to ruin the health of the Russian people. And he said this, and he banned GMOs. Whereas Pakistan, in order to promote Western chemical companies, we have been promoting GM technology. So much so that in the year 2015, in March 2015, when this Seed Act was amended in the Parliament, in the National Assembly, it was passed in 1 minute without a single question being asked by any of the legislators. And then it went to the Senate in June 2015, and the same performance. I was expecting Senator Raza Rabbani to raise some questions, but there not a single question was raised, and the entire bill was passed in 1 minute. So this is how much concern we have for the health of the Pakistani people. And I've also suggested gold reserve management strategy, and other countries are doing this very successfully, India, Israel, and other countries, that they keep purchasing gold, and when they're in a foreign exchange crisis situation, then they sell the gold and expand their foreign exchange reserves. And I proposed implementation of Cartagena protocols and phytosanitary standards. If Pakistan wants to avoid this decline in its exports of food, cotton, and cotton manufacturers, it will have to adopt Cartagena protocols on risk assessment and biodiversity, and pass the labeling law so that we can at least categorize our exports into organic, hybrid, and BT. We have to decide whether we want to keep obliging seed companies by increasing the demand for the GM seeds, which they cannot sell in Western countries due to health-conscious Western consumers, at the cost of losing our export markets and ending up with a serious crisis in our current account and balance of payment. Finally, agreements signed between Pakistan and other countries for the use of infrastructure, development of infrastructure, mining of natural resources. All these agreements have to be re-looked into. They have to be restudied, because our governments have been signing these agreements and giving our natural resources either for free or at very, very low prices. And it looks like that they get some personal benefits out of them. And then we continue to waste all our resources in trying to prove that they have done corruption. But it's impossible to prove that, because if they have opened accounts abroad and somebody puts money in those accounts, then it is very difficult for us to prove that. So it is very important that we have to renegotiate these. Then finally, my policy recommendations. I have formulated an external sector strategy that is a better alternative to the IMF on account of the following. One, the current account deficit is adjusted without bringing about a recession. On the contrary, adjustment and economic expansion are brought about simultaneously. Number two, the cost of adjustment, which is quite marginal, is passed on to the wealthy classes. Latest model cars, consumer durables, clothing, designer bags, and shoes, and food, cat and dog food, even if it is not imported from outside, I'm sure we can look after our cats and dogs without having to spend foreign exchange. And so much so that, life-saving drugs are not available, but cat and dog food is available. And then the short-term measures proposed in this study is selective demand management, which includes banning the import of luxury and consumer goods, Moreover, essential imports can be obtained on barter or trading in local currencies. These will save a staggering 13.8 billion according to the 2017-18 data, resulting in a massive reduction in the current account deficit. The medium to long-term measures include exploring substitutes for essential imports, exploring alternative commodities and markets for exports, repatriation of looted Pakistani assets, gold reserve management strategy, implementation of Cartagena protocols on risk assessment and biodiversity and photosanitary standards, and charging market-based rates for the use of our infrastructure and services. Finally, the balance of payment strategy formulated in my paper, in my book, is a superior strategy to the one formulated for Pakistan by the IMF, since it does not entail the tremendous cost discussed earlier. And I think finally this is very important that we continue to blindly follow the IMF, not because alternatives are not available, but because of a lack of political will to get the country out of the quagmire in which it finds itself. I think we need political will. The alternatives are there. We only need political will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shahida Wazarat. Like you said, we need to have a political will, and there's a famous saying, if a man knows not which port he sails, no wind is favorable. The next guest speaker we have is Dr. Nadeem ul Haq, Vice Chancellor, PIDE. We'd like to invite him here. And Dr. Nadeem ul Haq Sahab recently stated that when Pakistan has been in the emergency ward of IMF for the last many decades, but it's not the fault of any one government. The problems have accumulated over years. So the problems have accumulated over the years, but from technocrats to bureaucrats to military dictators to politicians, यही लोग चला रहे हैं. अभी भी इनको देंगे सर तो ये चला लेंगे. What's the way out? What's the way forward? Please.
Mera khayal ji, it's now 5 to 12. I'm standing between you and tea time, so I'll be very brief. First of all, there's no consensus. So I'm sorry, Shahzad, I disagree with you. But you gave us consensus on wishes. And yes, of course, we agree on wishes. Pakistan should grow, Pakistan should not balance the payments crisis, but there is no consensus. I'll go even further. There is no discourse. The only reason I came to a plea is that we don't talk to each other. The 90 think tanks in Islamabad, they don't talk to each other. They don't have common events. I've tried to arrange common events. They don't have common events. They don't go to each other's seminars, sessions, etc. We arranged a huge econ fest, and I can tell you how many 15 universities participated, but some were arrogant enough to tell us, no, we don't want to participate with you. We are too good. So we are fragmented, not just politically, but in every way possible. Now, let me just say I've got basically 5, 6 or 7 small points that I want to make, and very quickly, I'll rush through them. If you want, we can talk about them later. First of all, we totally, and this is, I'm not talking about the politicians, forget the politicians. They're not interested in economics. Neither is the army interested in economics. We must accept the fact that there is no economic discourse in the country. I've done a content analysis newspapers many years ago. Economic discourse doesn't figure in newspapers. Now and then there's an op-ed analysis, op-ed piece, but the majority of pieces are foreign policy. We are obsessed with foreign policy. Now we even invented a term called geonomics. I don't know what the hell it is. Right? So we think that somehow we'll be able to get aid, and I'll get it. So the first problem that we have is we are confused about the role of government. What is the government doing in the economy? Nobody knows. Every day, when I read something or when I hear somebody saying, government should do this, government should ban this, government should do this, government should... Can the government do all that? They should mention the footprint of the government. We measured the footprint of the government. Footprint of the government is 80%. Government controls 80% of GDP. In one way or another, through direct control, through taxation, through documentation, through actually owning real estate, through actually telling you what to do, what not to do. People tell me this is an unregulated economy. This is the most regulated economy in the world.
In fact, Hafiz Sheikh, my friend, who was the finance minister, used to yell across the cabinet table to me, Al-Haq, Soviet Union is here, it's not dead. Soviet Union is here, ladies and gentlemen. And we should really take them into account. Tax. I agree with Zubair Khan. We can't tax to feed the beast. And Zubair, yes, we have a paper on that. Now the problem is our people don't want to read our papers. We don't read each other's papers. That's where the discourse is. We have a paper on tax saying exactly what you said, that, hey guys, tax GDP ratio is a useless measure. But hey, we can't do anything about it. The World Bank and the IMF, etc., force it on us, right? So we've got a huge issue here. The role of the public servants. I'll come to that later, but that needs to be thought about. The government has no limits. Ishrat Sahab in his report put out that 500 government agencies have to be snuffed out. What happened? None of them were snuffed out. In fact, there is a new government agency, I'm not far from this, is created almost every month or two. Even while Ishrat was trying to snuff out 5 agencies, RERA was created. A health regulatory agency was created. There are 102 regulatory agencies in Islamabad. How the hell do you work with 122 regulators? Zubair was right. Markets are a problem. Where do we have markets? Okay. Second point. We had a debate in the confest that we had recently. And the debate was very interesting. The debate was, it was 4 young people, none of us, 4 young people. And they come and did a beautiful debate. You'll see it on YouTube. The title was, is corruption the bigger problem in Pakistan or incompetence? And overwhelmingly, the audience agreed incompetence is the bigger problem. But yet a political narrative, and everyone is corruption, corruption, corruption. We've not been able to bring a single case of corruption. Why? Because we are incompetent. Simple. We haven't solved the energy problem because we are incompetent. I mean, let's face it. Why are we beating about the bush? We are incompetent. We can't do it. Right? The entire government has no R&D. Period. We have not been able to solve the steel mill. We've lost Recodec. Not on the ground of corruption, on the ground of incompetence. So let's face it, the biggest problem is incompetence. How do we face the incompetence challenge? Well, the World Bank comes along and UNESCO and God knows who, UN, they'll do capacity building. We've gone through capacity building. What capacity building is, what happened at Harvard. World Bank did a $60 million project, people going to Harvard, and even the World Bank admits it's the worst project ever. Because sent people on a shopping tour in Boston, they came back very happily, they did nothing. We created every Pakistani public servant has a PhD or an MA or an MPhil from some international university. But the system as a whole is incompetent, cannot use skills. So that's a very important point to remember. The third point to remember is our incompetence happens because we have retained colonialism in a gift box. Lovely, well packaged. Colonialism prevails. Civil service reform issue has been working on it, etc. We had 40 reports that no reform has taken place. PS still rules. DC is alive and kicking. Now, in fact, drives a Land Cruiser, has 2 or 3 Land Cruisers in front of him, has a 50. Today, somebody put out a video saying he's got a 100 canal house in every, whatever, in many towns. Commissioner is still kicking. How can you have local government with these things? The all talk of local government is absolute hogwash when you have DC commissioner, a colonial system hanging about from Lord Macaulay. So we haven't got past 1860. Our CRPC, a civil code, our legal system is entirely 1860. We still don't have a land titling system in this country. We don't have a land titling system in this country. Please, check it out. Only 2 places you can get titles, and they are given not by the government, but by DHA, by CDA. The government gives you no title. In other places, the government gives a revenue record. In some places, it doesn't. For example, you buy a flat in Islamabad, the owner gives you a title. If the owner runs away tomorrow, you're dead. So think about it. Right? What have we done? We've created a system where everybody thinks, Ishrat talks about taxing real estate. I disagree. We shouldn't tax real estate. Why should we keep taxing? I think tax policy is the biggest problem in this country. Documentation is the biggest problem in this country. What the hell are we documenting? I don't know. I have an ID card. I pass it around 20,000 times a day. I give copies out left, right, and center. distribute them faster than I can eat chips. And yet, I'm not documented. This is the biggest load of bullshit that the civil service has created. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, is documented. This tax GDP ratio is haywire. We've checked with the highest data. There are not that many taxpayers in the country. Look at the income distribution. This thing goes on and on. Yes, of course, the bear, I disagree with him. Agriculture should be taxed, period. Agriculture should also be freed of its yoke and be able to export and import, etc., etc. So lots of stuff that needs to be talked about. But what has the civil service done? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. They're very poor. They're very poor, poor guys. They only earn about 2 lakh rupees a month. Oh God, so sad. But then they give themselves a 150% increase under the table. IMF doesn't say anything about it. Then they get a 10 lakh rupee house. Then they get 3 or 4 cars, and then they get 2 or 3 trips abroad. Then they get 5 or 6 board memberships where they make God knows how much money. Each board membership, each board meeting costs 50,000. So they are gaming the system. And this is the behavioral economics that unfortunately our economists don't seem to understand. They seem to think, fix a rule and the government, just go back to the role of government. Government will do everything. No, people game the government. You try and ban something, you ban dog food, I assure you I'll smuggle it in and I'll make money. So let's stop thinking that the government can do it. We have to think about it. Judges, we have just done something. Concept, every university has 160 cases against them. Judges decide promotions. Judge, you can't fire or promote a guy. A judge does it. It goes to court and it stays there. You tell me which university in the world does judge get involved. So this is our system. This is a colonial system. You got to deal with it. I know a woman in Lahore, for example. She came, doctor from the US. She's come. She's a property. Somebody, one of our friends, in fact, went there, got her into signing some small document, not even a sale deed, but now he's taken her to court. He's got a stay order. He's going to stay there for 5 years. I told her, sell out, finished, by half price. She's going to sell out on half price. So that's the way things are done. Ladies and gentlemen, part of the problem with colonialism is 2 things. Our economic policy model remains frozen in time. And this is again something that please you should look at it. Our economic policy model is still the Haq-Hag model. Nabil Haq, Howard Advisory Group model. We still are working on the 2-gap model. We still think that the government's job is to make projects. So everybody is running around making projects. We are a flyover now, make a flyover, make a single free corridor, make a road, and it's all roads, etc. It's all brick and mortar. With great difficulty, after 10 years, I've got a small project for research Rasta, and Planning Commission every day wants to kill it. There's no research funding. It's all brick and mortar. And think about it. What has the brick and mortar done? We have subsidized the car to death. We've got more flyovers than Paris and London combined in Lahore. What are those flyovers doing? They subsidize the car. When they subsidize the car, we've got pollution. So everybody in Lahore is losing 4 or 5 years of their lives. Fine. No big deal. Sadiq Khan has banned the car, but we can't. We made a parking plan for CDA. It's been there for 2 years. We've been lobbying for it. We made an our own resource, a parking plan. For God's sakes, get this done. German CGA doesn't have the time. They're building, I mean, it's the biggest load of bullshit I've seen. Honestly, it's amazing. You're building parking plazas when street parking is free. So madam, would you park your car in a parking plaza when the street parking is free? Or would you do it? I mean, this is what the government does. It's building stupid things. So what do you do? So this is a big problem. We continue with the Haq-Hag model. If you read Why Nations Fail, or if you see Paul Romer's work or Lucas's work, the world has moved to endogenous growth model, which is make institutions, improve your rule, law, improve your regulation, improve your competence, government structure. We are not doing that. We don't want to do that. We just want to make projects. My suggestion is very simple. Close down the PSTB for the next 20 years. Just finish the projects that are going on, no new projects in the next 20 years, the way that will get part of the way to your fiscal problem, and we'll come to the rest. Okay. My 4th point is, we make universities
only to put students in places so that they can do no harm. Students with 5 degrees come to me to get a job. Please, I'll invite both of you to interview them, 3 of you to interview them. They're worthless. We're giving them false degrees. We've done a paper, we looked at this. Our universities, we've looked at the professors in our universities, according to the Pakistani definition. Our universities have no professors. 2 or 3 professors on average per people per university. Please tell me, Zubair, in Johns Hopkins, in your department, how many professors are there? Department, not university.
As many as graduate students.
Right?
As many as graduate.
Right? Ishad sahab kitne the Boston mein? ठीक है ना? There are no professors here and we are building buildings. We are calling students. I tell students all the time, and I'll tell you parents, you are fools to send your children to these universities. Take them out now. And you kids who are studying, we've done this research, you will not get a job. 35% graduate unemployment, you will wait till 30 till you get a job. I had a PhD, my friend, I had a PhD for less than my driver. My driver gets more than my PhD. Right? So there we are. The R&D sector is brick and mortar. I've tried with many governments, Ishad Sahab. I've tried with all these governments, including when I was in the planning commission. Well, yeah, ask the university something. No. Because the universities are a competitor. The donors are dumping in universities. Now, I say this advisedly. When somebody makes this and China sends it at half the price, it's called dumping. Donors come here. Chemonics, for example, is $150 million. Oxford Policy, these are consulting firms. Oxford Policy Management, $50 million, so and so on and so forth. What's happening? Of course, those guys have the money. The government of Pakistan has nothing. In fact, the government, Ishad Sahab, you know that well. The government, if it wants somebody, goes to the university, can you please bring this guy over? That's how policy is made. So, you've killed your R&D sector. You copy somebody else's work. You never own it. How do you make things? IPP is done by the World Bank. Your BISP done by the World Bank. Your Access to Justice done by the Asian Development Bank. Your what is this called? So many others. So this is the problem. Where is policy made? So I asked Ishad, I asked Zubair, please tell me where policy is made. Policy is made. Each government just imports a finance minister. Sometimes it's a fees share, sometimes it's Ishad, sometimes it's whoever, sometimes it's me. Fine. I admit I've been a fool. It's so-called Economic Advisory Committee. Economic Advisory Committee, as my friend Hafiz used to say, very simple. We call these guys in. Call everybody. You can have 100 people, 500 people, doesn't matter. It's better to have them piss in the tent than piss outside the tent. Let them come in here and bitch and go away. We're not listening to them. Who cares? We're not listening to them. They're just making their statements and going away, and we are fine. So this is your economic policy making. Economic policy making is done by only 2 people, ladies and gentlemen. And Ishad can contradict me if I'm wrong. Finance Minister and PSPM. There's nobody else involved. They don't even involve you. Where is the government think tank? How many economists are there in the government? How many technical people are there who can make anything? Same thing with energy. We've done a whole book on energy just now, and all we see is we consulted so many of the top energy people, and they said only one thing. Secretary is the problem. That we cannot, we have to go to the secretary's office every bloody week. Spend days just talking to the secretary. I mean, is that any model? Higher education, vice chancellors are sitting in the secretary's office. Doctors are sitting in the secretary's office having a gupshup session. In fact, I told somebody the other day at a panel, my mother died because the surgeon was sitting with the secretary. Why does the surgeon sit with the secretary? When does this happen? So this is the way we are. So we've done another thing that's very important. We've looked at the
social capital in the country. We've done a huge survey on social capital. You can look it up. It's called Basics. We do a basic survey and we are talking about it. Ladies and gentlemen, trust in the society is finished. Society is totally fragmented. People don't get together and do things. This again, in the literature, is a very important determinant of good economics. People are scared. We went to Sialkot. They are scared of talking to each other. They build an airport, but they won't share information on exports. So it's a very interesting phenomenon that's happening in a fragmented society. My next point, seventh or sixth point is IMF is not a solution. It never was, it never will be. We've used the IMF for 75 years. Anybody who says we completed a program, no, we haven't completed a program. 2016 program, Zubair, was completed with 12, what do you call it? When you waivers, 12 waivers, which is hardly a program completion. Secondly, even when the program was completed, we knew the exchange rate was way out of line. We knew the exchange rate was way out of line. In fact, every program the exchange rate has been way out of line. We've done an analysis of the 6 currency crises. I tell you, we have never understood the currency, foreign exchange currency in this country. We have no idea what foreign currency management is. We just do it on a whim. And everything, in fact, we do everything on a whim. Policy making is a whim. Prime Minister wakes up, says, "Yaar, wo 12 crore pe sadak bana do." अब 12 करोड़ पे पिलर्स भी कर रहे हैं, सड़क भी बन रही है, 12 करोड़ सड़क बनाने की जरूरत क्या थी? Has anybody done the cost benefit analysis? Has anybody done the cost benefit analysis of the metros? All we needed was buses in the streets and build these giant concrete structures dividing the city. We have no buses in the street, but we have these structures, so it's crazy. So I would also add, IMF and we are caught in a dance of death. All these people know we are blaming the IMF. When I was in the government, and even before, we all know the finance secretary. Every finance secretary tells us over dinner, we'll tell them this, but we don't mean it. It's okay. So we are gaming the IMF, and the IMF is gaming us, because the IMF also knows that it cannot let us sink. It's against the IMF charter. So both of us caught in a dance of death, and we'll continue until we have an Argentina type situation in this country. We'll continue thereafter to because Argentina still continue with the IMF. So IMF is not a solution. The solution is our own reform. Can we do it? And that we can't. But the reform is deep. I don't agree it's such a shallow reform. We've written a charter of economy, distribute kiya kya nahi? We've written a charter of economy. You can look at that. We wrote it a long time ago. We took it to Kota, Lahore. We've done several conferences on it. But as I said, discourse is so weak that many of you have probably not even heard of it. The rest of the world, you would hear about these things. They don't. Because, quite frankly, our discourse is broken. Our charter says, I'm sorry, we have to reshape democracy too. I don't agree they should give them 5 years. What do you mean give them 5 years? Every 3 years, data says they come to the grounding halt themselves. They'll lose the mandate. They're kind of stuck all over the place. People are sick of them. We want them to go. So let's face it, our solution is make the term 3 years. But our solution is also have term limits. Our solutions also have family limits. Our solutions also change the election thing. Our solutions also limit the size of the cabinet. In fact, limit the size. This cabinet was 11% in the 18th Amendment. I would say it should be only 5 members from the cabinet, from the parliament. The rest should come from outside, because we have to have separation of legislature and this thing. Right now, the parliament has not worked. Period. Each prime minister makes all the members, and in fact, the members are lying to us. They tell us they want to be an MNA, but they want to be a minister. So, hey, that's not clear. Maybe we should have directly elected ministers. Following Westminster doesn't mean that we have to do everything Westminster does. We can amend it, we can change it, we can change the rules. Ultimately, what SMW, etc. are saying is change the rules. Why are we scared of changing the rules? You people watch cricket. Look at the way they change rules. They change the game by changing rules. 2 rules that week and they change the game. 4 overs, not 5 overs, 6 overs, they change the rules. Why can't you change the rules? Our thing is change the rules. Change the rules in the civil service. No more DMG, no more tribalism. Anybody who works in the civil service? In fact, I used to work in the British civil service. When I was in LSE, I was a porter in the post office. And they said, you are a Her Majesty civil servant, because I was a porter. I was the only porter in the thing. So everybody who works in the civil for the government is a civil servant. What is this nonsense that you have differences between the two. So I think that's very important. Please do. I do put it on my CBT. So I think that's the important thing. The Charter of Economy, I think the reason we wrote it is, and I'm glad Ali Salman has written one too. We leave everything to the politicians. To say that politician manifestos mean anything, politician manifestos mean nothing. They come to people like us and get something written and they take it away. They don't even read it, right? So let's face it, that we have to, the university sector, the think sector has to get together and write these things and get together and talk to each other. I welcome my friend Vakar. See, he's come at the right time with the VIP to talk, not to listen. This is a culture that we have to break. So, but this is the culture we have to break, ladies and gentlemen. It's not consensus. We need a discourse. Unfortunately, we've never had a discourse in this country. And I'll tell you, who has a discourse is going to win. We failed to create a discourse. The people who have a discourse are waiting in the wings and they will win. Mark my prediction. The Mullahs will win. They have a discourse, we don't. Thank you.
Are we allowed to take the questions from the audience? I hope we're not running late for tea time, or we can probably skip that, keeping in mind the austerity, national austerity drive. Questions? Ji, sir. Can we have the mic?
Thank you very much. Am I loud enough? Sir, my name is.
To all the panelists, we had a consensus at the beginning of the talk that there's no economic stability unless we have political stability. So that was just for sure. For experts, and we have been announcing also one opportunity or the other. Your answer. We don't these questions. Sir, this is Mehtab, you welcome the news. Dr. Saab, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. What is the value of reforms? Is it understood that reforms mean obviously reforms in Pakistan?
Very simple, very simple. Reform is changing the business process and changing the way you do things. Reform is not saying, oh, ban this or take this or do this or whatever. That's not a reform. Reform is the way you changing rules of business processes, changing rules of market processes. For example, the where is right, we have no markets in this country. All markets are bureaucratically controlled. That's why the footprint is so large. So reform is freeing the market. Reform means regulating the market also, but regulating the market properly, not extensions and then having the bureaucrats to run them. So we have to be very careful what we do. Then it goes back to the incompetence thing. We are so incompetent, we do not even want to define things. You're absolutely right. At the cabinet and ECC, I always used to say, can we discuss these things? And they said, we don't have time for this. Because this is something, we are always crisis oriented. I don't know where the crisis is, but that's the way it goes. ये तो आपको बताया था कि जो हमने चार्टर लिखा है होप आपको कॉपी मिली है, कॉपी कीजिए, ये संभाल के रखिए, कॉपी दे दें इनको। वो चार्टर में हमने यही लिखा है, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पॉलिटिकल रिफॉर्म जरूरी है। पॉलिटिकल रिफॉर्म देखिए, अगर आपने हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इनएग्जैक्ट है, लेट्स फेस इट, इस पर भी डिबेट होनी चाहिए। हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की डिबेट नहीं करते। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कोई कुरान तो नहीं है ना, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मस्ट बी अमेंडेड। अमेंड किस बात, सिर्फ उन्होंने अमेंड गलत तरीके से की, सही तरीके से नहीं की, बिकॉज हम लोग सारे चुप बैठे थे। अगर हमने रिफॉर्म मांगे जैसे बाकी दुनिया मांगा गया है, बर्तानिया में मांगा गया है, फ्रांस में मांगा गया, हर जगह मांगा गया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन रिफॉर्म। अगर हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक सिंपल सी टूल, अगर हम फर्स्ट पास्ट द पोस्ट सिस्टम खत्म कर दें, अगर हम सिर्फ कह दिया फर्स्ट पास्ट द पोस्ट फ्रेंच सिस्टम पे आ जाए, जो जॉर्जिया में भी आ गया, they have two rounds. Or secondly, for example, I'll speak in English. Sorry. The other thing is, what about, for example, term limits? Why can't we have term limits? Why term limits were instituted by Musharraf? They removed them. Why should we have more than 2 terms? Right? But we can go further. We can have term limits in parliamentarians. So there's so many tweaks that we've suggested. Parties, for example, parties, we've got a very exact definition of party. Party's definition right now is any 2,000 people, so we can probably sit in here from parties.
Dr. Shahid.
Can I also just add, like I said in my presentation also, the solutions are there, but the political will is not there. Because I think Pakistan has to be kept in a limbo so that we continue to be dependent and then continue to be vulnerable. The solutions are there, but people who have the potential to bring about a change, I think they're quite happy to just let Pakistan be a limbo. I was expecting that now at least there will be some change with the change in the top brass of the army. I'm expecting that there will be some positive change, but I think we still have to wait and see whether how long the change will take to because I was expecting that the policies would be slightly different, or not slightly, but different from the previous year's policies. So let's see what happens.
I think I'll quite frankly, it's very simple. I think political will, elite capture, these are terms that we use because we run out of ideas. There's no secular political will. All the political literature says that politicians pander to the median voter. If the median voter wants something to do it, they want Islam to do it. They want to, whatever, Bashar Sati set will do it you. Because those people, the median voter makes themselves felt. But if the economist is so broken, is so fragmented, doesn't have a discourse, why should we even bother? Right? If they can silence the people by giving them BISP and saying, forget it, yaar, we don't want to give you reform. Then fine, if they can silence them by giving a pakki naukri, that's enough. Do you know how much, another thing I forgot to mention? Do you know how much the public servant, the Chakrasi cost the government? In present value terms, he costs ₹1 crore. Because the guy, you not only give him a salary, you give him an increase every year. For example, some driver in the government, he says, oh, I think you're a driver, central bank driver, that's about 2 lakh rupees a month or something, right? So something like that. You can check the facts. Karan will check these facts, right? These drivers get a huge amount of money. Secondly, those guys, they get a pension for the rest of their lives. It's a pension. It's a pension. So if you sum up the whole thing, it's a huge expense.
I don't agree that the politicians are so responsive to the electorate that if the electorate wants something, they will do it. I think the politicians just use the voters at the time of elections, and after that, they get the instructions from abroad. I don't think they are so responsive to what the voters want.
If I may be allowed to put this question for Dr. Ishrat. Dr. Saab, you mentioned manifestos of political parties. The thrust of political parties is they have different ideologies, not just political, but economic ideologies as well.
I wish they had ideology. That is not true. That's not true. I read all the manifestos over the last, 20 years, and I delayered the onion, and I said, superficially, on broad principle, this is what happens. Then I went each layer and I went to the core and said, when the policies and the programs are implemented, they are totally contradictory to what the principles and the objectives are. That was my thesis.
Right, but they move in, even if there is no ideology, like you said, they move in different directions. How?
No, they don't. They don't.
Divergent.
The same words, which is गुर्बत कम करो, तालीम बढ़ाओ, गरीबों को मदद करो. They say the same things. These are the slogans, but these slogans are empty. They are not really followed by actual implementation of the policies. And I think what we need is complete restructuring. Now the bureaucracy is so much adamant to holding the rules of business, which is their Bible, that unless you change the rules of business, no reform in this country can happen. And that is where the problem lies. They don't want to change the rules of business because they live in the comfort level and gets all the privileges and all the power, and nobody wants to give it up.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nalmeen and I'm a non-resident researcher here. My question is to Dr. Ishrat and Dr. Zubair. According to you, what should be the basis of our new economic, or what should be the basis of economic consensus? In which areas should we, sectors should we concentrate? Thank you.
Well, the state and markets have distinct roles to play. The state should not be strangulating the business. They should allow the markets to function in a comparative manner with a level playing field, with not favoring one particular segment of the population. You don't issue SROs to support your, followers and penalize your opponents. You are rigging the markets for them. And the state should use the progressive taxation to tax the rich and use the proceeds for equitable distribution of benefits of growth towards those who are below the poverty line or who are not doing well economically. So unless we define that, today the state is strangulating the private sector. The private sector are rent seekers, mostly, not majority, but most of them who lobby and get the benefits for themselves. And I don't agree that there should be two principles of, taxation. My principle is, irrespective of the source of income, all incomes should be taxed. So if you have 4% of the agriculturists who are making millions of rupees as the income, they should be also taxed like those in the manufacturing sector who are being. I'm not talking of the majority of the farmers who are outside the tax net. So that is what the role of the government should be, and bring in new taxpayers who are outside, because the undocumented economy is creating a non-level playing field, because a documented company has to pay 17% sales tax, while the competitor in the informal economy are not paying that. So you would not have, a formal economy expanding, and that's why we are stagnant.
I have two quick questions, one from Dr. Ishrat. So, sir, you were the special advisor to Prime Minister on institutional reform and austerity, but we saw that consistently the size of the government and its operations and functions kept growing. What were some suggestions that you made, and what were the possible hindrances? Why do these suggestions are never put into place effectively, and the government does exactly the opposite? They started off selling cars and Mercedes, but nothing else was seen for austerity beyond that point. And Dr. Nadeem, I'd like to ask you that you talk about change in some very radical ideas, but you spent a significant time of your own career working on that. What prevented you from implementing these ideas, and what has changed? What happened yet? What do we need to do now? Thank you.
Let me clarify that the unelected members of the cabinet can only present the diagnosis and the prescriptions. The decision is taken by the elected representatives. And the elected representatives tell the Prime Minister that if these reforms are going to be implemented, we will not be able to go back to our constituency and face the people, because their reforms want all appointments made on merit and not on favoritism. No development expenditure should be at the discretion of the MNA or MPA, but all the money should be given to the elected local government representatives, which is against their. We want to curtail the size of the government and permits. They say कि हम जब तक नौकरियां नहीं देंगे, हमें लोग वोट नहीं देंगे. So there is a contradiction between the aspirations of the elected representatives of the people and what we as the unelected representatives can propose.
So when you being in the government doesn't mean that you have a magic wand or that you have a sword and you can wield it. Being in the government is very demeaning. I wouldn't want you to go there. Being in the government means, even at a very senior level, as a state minister, totally useless. Because all the ministers are useless. We have a very centralized system. Please understand. Everything happened in the Prime Minister's office. And the kitchen cabinet, the Prime Minister is far more important than anybody sitting there. The cabinet, these guys have all been there, they'll tell you. There's no cabinet process. I've written about it many times. For example, cabinet agenda is never circulated in time. Ishaq and Zubair both said the World Bank, they'll tell you, World Bank and IMF, they'll tell you there was a proper process by which decisions were taken. We have no proper process. Prime Minister will wake up in the morning and decide what he wants, it'll be done. Right? Who will do it? The two bureaucrats who's run the government, USPM and Finance Secretary. They don't ask questions. Prime Minister says, polish my boots, they'll polish them. Right? And they will show him all the techniques on how to avoid consensus making or something. Then, of course, I will also say, our donor brothers also come in there. This is my project, do it. We can't afford not to do it. Finished. So the government is so broken. There's no policy making process. There's nothing happening. And donors facilitate this. Let's face it, donors facilitate it because it is such a hurry to get their projects done. They kill the government structure. No policy. I'll give you a case in point, for example. IMF, Zubair Khan, you remember, Ishaq, you remember, IMF had a PRGF. Right? The PRGF is a 3-year planning document that has to be presented to the PRSP, PRGF supports the PRGF. PRSP is the planning document, 3-year planning document that has to be prepared. Now, the IMF wouldn't let the planning commission prepare it. They said, prepare it here. And the UNDP, different funded that project. The PRSP unit still exists in the Ministry of Finance. Because it should have happened in the planning commission. So our government's project is broken. In terms of energy, we tried the same thing, tried to do the energy sector, but you can't manage it. So it still sits with the thing, with the secretary. And the secretary, every secretary comes in, takes some time to learn. One secretary, for example, was trying to control the whole sector via Skype. Every secretary tries to do their own little thing. This system, nowhere in the world does it work except Pakistan. India, you should mention India.
Comment on the PRSP. First time the PRSP will be written, तो वो मुझे phone आया from the I'm a private sector independent consultant. One day I got a call from the Prime Minister's office that the PRSP is being written. And that big meeting where all the donors come, so क्या कहते हैं वो the donors meeting is about to take place in about 3 or 4 days, and the first draft has been rejected by them, and they say it's not good enough. So please come quickly and write it for us. I said, all right, okay, I will write it. I said, I want a meeting with the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance. So I can find it. What do they want to say in this major document which articulates the country's policies?
Please be honest.
Exposes. You're just right. And that's what I did. And I'll show you the copy of it also. This is all lip service to words. You have a document which the accept, you find, and you go. Yeah, this is one of the qualities. You talk about incompetence, then it is. Government has no competence.
Thank you so much. My questions to Dr. Ishaq Hussain. So you talked about the energy policy, कि कितनी deficiency है उसमें और कितना उसमें wastage वगैरह है. As far as I understand, the annual our import bill oil is around
फ्रैक्शन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज में सोलर एनर्जी के यूज करें तो 50% of the bill can come down, which will easily save us around $10 billion. Is there any policy at work at the moment, or what is the implementation of that? And the second question is that we talk about building national consensus, building consensus as is a theme as well. Expatriate Pakistan is around $35 billion on contribute करते हैं, जबकि हमारे जो एक्सपोर्ट में आगे 30 billion तो जब कंसेंसस की बात है तो क्या marginalizing expatriates by denying them the right of vote is also a point that we should be taken in the broader context? Thank you so much.
Well, I can comment on the second part because that's not where I am competent to really have any views on that. On the first part, the energy plan, which is integrated energy generation plan, has the targets for 2030 that Pakistan would have 60% of the energy resources from hydro, solar, wind, and nuclear. And therefore, and third coal is additional to that 60%. So there is a reduction as far as the imported fuels are concerned and used indigenous. But the problem, as I mentioned, is that the implementation, unless you remedy all the ills of the generation companies, of the transmission companies, of the distribution companies, which are totally inefficient, full of leakages and waste, all these policies will never get the kind of impact we are thinking about. You have TERCO, but you can't have the national transmission company to evacuate that. So we have capacity built in from TERCO that's not being used for the national grid. There is no grid which can pick it up. So this lack of coordination, and I totally agree with incompetence of our policymakers and the bureaucrats is responsible for this gap between the policy pronouncements and the actual results.
इस पर मैं छोटी सी बात कह दूं कि खुदा के वास्ते इतनी हैरानगी की बात, it's such a strange thing. The energy crisis has been there for 20 years. Our estimates show we lost about 7 trillion rupees in the energy crisis over this 20 years, not on 1 year, 20 years. We are losing another 2.6 billion right now, according to the government estimates. It is a continuous hemorrhage. And if you want further proof of incompetence, I don't think I can give you any. For 20 years, we have not solved this simple problem. No, not a simple problem, but nevertheless, we should have solved it. Not only not solved it, I don't think we even have any good analysis of this. When I was in the, going back to your question, when I was in the government, I tried my best. Let's have a high-powered energy commission. Let's try and solve this. The bureaucrats said no. When I tried to solve it, they said no. We have to do it. And this darling problem has gone on for the long time because I'll tell you what the simple incentives are. Some of these guys are on the boards. We changed the boards. I changed the boards, and I brought in some very good people on the boards. They reversed it because on the boards they get cars, they get board fees, etc. Those things are very important. We have to remember that this is what behavioral economics tells us. Those things are now very important. Secondly, this whole business about getting fuels, the fuel, this, that, etc. Why are we putting in a solar project? We've had one failed solar project. We want to put another failed solar project. Rooftop solar, we've already tried to kill. We tried to make rooftop solar more expensive. Rooftop solar, which doesn't use government money, which uses my money, your money, that we are trying to kill. But we are trying to set up another IPP. IPPs, we've been arguing since 2000, in fact, 1994, I remember in the World Bank. I was against it. What the hell is, why are you, one thing that I learned in economics is don't give a sovereign guarantee. And I stand by that. Let's not give a sovereign guarantee. Now we have had 3 failures. We are huge failures in the IPP. Why are we doing another IPP? IPP should be banned by law. There should be no more IPPs. In fact, what we've done by IPPs, again, go back to the overall economics. Industrialists were doing well. We couldn't export it. We put some IPPs. Now we're all on IPPs. If you look at all the industrial houses, we looked at all the industrial houses. What are we doing? Textiles, IPPs, now cars, the from all getting government guarantees. right? And we also looked at this Nagbu says there are 22 families in the 1960s. Today we've calculated 31 families. Board members of the KSC 100 are now Cell Club members. So the problem is these are huge problems that we have to try and solve. All Cell Club and Club members, they're all a city bank. I'll give you the names. They're all good.
Why is that bad?
That's why you're not in the boards. No? So you're not so the thing is, energy. Let me tell you very quickly. We have a very stupid energy policy. We don't look at demand and pricing at all. We only look at supply. Look at demand. It's such a crazy policy I've never understood. Our energy, all these fuels, etc., both are for air conditioning only. Please remember, winter's demand is 11, summer demand is 22 or something like that, right? It's all for air conditioning. What is wrong with air conditioning? Because we don't build properly. At the same time, we run cars excessively. So if you're running cars, you import a fuel, car fuel is about 1/3 of energy problem. So this energy problem, I've been arguing, let's look at the demand side. Our appliances, we don't look at the wasteful appliances. Just geysers, if you shift from gas, we can save about 600 megawatts. So all these things have to be taken holistically, but we have not had a single report that will look at the energy problem holistically. We've done a book just now, but honestly, we've done a book having growth, energy commission, etc. I can't sell it to you guys as well. None of you can read it. I can tell you right now.
So a very quick question. All four of you have emphasized the importance of dialogue, of exchange, of views and ideas, and how central that is to finding out the forward. My question for you is, how many of you actually intend to stick around for the second session? And see, I know Dr. Nadeem will, because उनको मैं जस्टी बैठाऊंगा, ठीक है? बाकी आप
Sorry, Khurram, I came fully planning to sit here, but look at the time now. आपने 1 घंटा ऊपर कर दिया। मेरे कॉलीग देख रहे हैं ना, मैं तो फुली हर मीटिंग में जाता हूँ विद इंटेंशन ऑफ स्टेइंग। I deliberately do it. At the time आप मेरे पास 1:30 बजे आ रहा है तो मैं निकल जाऊंगा।
दूसरा सेशन सर बिल्कुल कर लेते हैं। और डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जी जी। So the next panel of guests that we have, ये जिस तरह आपने लिखा है इसी सीक्वेंस में चाय लेकर आ जाए। रनिंग की है तो चाय लेकर आज सेशन हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
One second, please come on stage.
मेरी इंट्रोडक्शंस की वाली फाइल लगा ली थी। हाँ? एक मैंने नहीं चौथा है ना, एक और भी तो है। एक और बुलाना तो है ना, इनवाइट करना है।
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to just take your seats. It's a working team, and we are going to start the second panel shortly. So, the participants to kindly take their seats. We're going to start the second panel shortly. Let me introduce our second panel. We have Joint Executive Director at the Sustainable Development Policy Institute. Then we have Mr. Adnan Yunus Lodi, and he's a policy advisor at International Trade Center GRASP. We have Ali Salman, who is the Executive Director of Policy Research Institute of Market Economy. And we have Khurram Hussain, who's a business and economic journalist. Well, I will first start with Mr. Ali Salman to talk about the Charter of Economy, our vision for a free, responsible, and prosperous nation. And let me just remind that we have 15 minutes for every panelist, and then we'll have the Q&A session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On a lighter note to the panel A, you have taken 60 years and 60 minutes extra. So we will try during 15 minutes.
Remove me, then the average will be low.
Right. Right. Well, I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you, IPRI, for organizing this discussion. Very timely one on the consensus itself. I have, my main purpose is to present main outline of this Charter of Economy which Prime has prepared. I'm very grateful to IPRI for this opportunity. But before I start the presentation, I'd like to make a couple of general comments based on my, because I attended the first session and I was very keenly listening to sort of the words of wisdom by very senior speakers and economists. I'd like to take a departure from some of these points. My general view is that we can blame politicians and we can blame bureaucrats, but I think here in this discussion, ideas have consequences. So ideas translate into political slogans, ideas translate into political choices and public programs. They have to be also assessed in terms of their consequences. Back in 1968, when Dr. Nabibul Haq claimed, and also of course from the research mentioned that the 22 families are the monopolizing 80% of the credit market in Pakistan. That was picked up very smartly by a socialist political party. And then it was translated into an actual program when we see complete nationalization and socialization of our economy. So these ideas, when we talk about, do not go into vacuum. They are heard and they are implemented. With Dr. Ishrat, when he was saying that consensus is there in terms of the manifestos, of course I respect that. But when we look at the actual practices of the last, I would say 20 years at least, there is a consensus actually. Zubair Khan Sahab said his consensus is not needed. Nadeemul Haq Sahab said that consensus is not there. I have a different view. I am saying that there is actually consensus on 5 or 6 very bad policies. So first, we need more trade protection, so we continue to do so. Second, we have forgotten about privatization, so there is consensus for last 20 years that we are not doing it. Thirdly, there is consensus on government size. It is not decreasing, it is increasing. Fourthly, there is a consensus on just talking about tax revenue collection and not tax rates. Today, I think Dr. Zubair also mentioned that. Fifthly, there is a consensus on markets manipulation, whether it is a market of goods or markets of currency. And so these are the sort of 5 bad consensus, which every successive government, at least for last 20 years, if not longer, have implemented in their policies. And they have roots in the certain ideas of economists, including Pakistan's own economist. Right? So, and I remember Dr. Hafiz Pasha saying once that when he was presented with the problem of the tax collection, he proposed using the withholding tax in an expansive manner. So he was the architect of withholding tax. Like originally it was just 4 types of withholding, but then he sort of suggested that we can do that withholding and increase the tax revenue. Yes, the idea was implemented, not only implemented, but in each government since he was I think caretaker finance minister in the 1990s, expanded that. And now we have 70% of our income tax in withholding taxes. So we all know the problems, we all know the result. But I'm saying that ideas have consequences, and so we should, and including myself, think tanks, we should take the blame for the ideas which are being translated into policy around us. I have maybe more comments later on, but I think I'll just skip to the main sort of finding of the charter document we have here. First of all, there is general pessimism about like who will bell the cat. Everyone is saying, we have solutions, but we don't have political will. But as I said, we need to talk about solutions here today. Any political and institutional consensus, and I am also quoting Dr. Nadeemul Haq here, must start from an intellectual consensus. And I hope that today's dialogue is the right step towards that. Ladies and gentlemen, our economic crisis in terms of both its diagnosis and prognosis is not unfamiliar to us. And what is new, I think there is agreement that is the severity and intensity of this crisis and how it is unfolding before our eyes, almost juxtaposed to a political and governance crisis. So, and someone can even say that this comes from a moral hazard. So there is a moral foundation of this problem also. In economics, we call moral hazard. And to give an example, I would say that moral hazard of our polity or state is that we have enjoyed bailouts as a state all along the way due to our geostrategic events, right? So there is always someone who has rescued us. Moral hazard of our market is that it has enjoyed protection all along the way due to a strong collusion with the state. Right? And if you ask me, I'm happy that the changing geostrategic situation, look how, for instance, Saudi Arabia and Iran have come to an agreement, and other developments in the region, meaning that we are losing, Pakistan is losing its geostrategic importance. It's a good news. And I'm happier that our state has become financially incapable to protect special interest groups, whether in business or state itself. There are news which are emerging which suggests that state has been forced to cut down on some expenditures, which is certainly a good sign, even if under pressure. And we hope that it can be translated into a broader policy, not just a compulsion of a program. Before we end up in a situation now or 6 months later, where all hell breaks loose and we are forced in our disorderly default, we do have a window where we can force ourselves to deliberate and create an order from this chaos. Dramatic changes around our region also offer great opportunities, and we must be ready to do business with all. And the challenge before us is not only to help the state overhaul itself and come out of the self-created financial crisis, but also to help the private sector to shake up and grow on its own. So we need a two-way creative destruction. The Charter of Economy that our team has prepared at Prime presents a roadmap of a new era of economic governance, with its dual focus on overhauling public finances, especially of the federal government, and unleashing private competition while at the same time providing safeguards for social protection. In these 40-odd proposals, which is now in your hand, we have outlined what needs to be done. To alter the rules of the game, what Dr. Neemal had mentioned, an incentive structure. Now, I do admit that all of these ideas are not brand new ideas. There are several overlaps between these proposals and what you have heard before, our esteemed speakers have talked about in the past. But I think building on these ideas is still important in talking about the consensus where we want to go. I think I take this view that we need some kind of consensus on basic economic principles. And yes, there should be political competition, but then the rules which can be found also in the Constitution must be respected. So that's why one of the key pillars of this charter, actually this charter comes directly from the Constitution of Pakistan. We don't have to rewrite our Constitution. There are three important clauses which Constitution mentions and guarantees in terms of basic fundamental rights. So that is, those rights are freedom of movement, freedom of trade, business and profession, and protection of property rights. Right. So under these three principles, we can talk about what kind of guiding conventions or code of conduct is needed. And I'm going to just read out quickly, just to focus the discussion on the proposal itself. We have done the 18th Amendment, which is a good thing. Government must close down federal departments and ministries that are responsible for any functions that have been devolved to provincial governments. The federal and provincial governments will not allocate fiscal resources for new development projects for at least 5 years, and will allocate all development funding to complete or fast track ongoing projects to minimize flow forward and to reduce cost escalation on ongoing projects. Government can also use the medium of public-private partnerships to finance development projects instead of using fiscal resources alone. The government should stop the practice of provision of free petrol, free electricity, and free or subsidized plots to public officials. There shall be no increases, according to this charter, in tax rates, but rather tax cuts in government spending to reduce the fiscal deficit. The government will reform pension funds management so that the direct fiscal allocation for pensions will be gradually eliminated, and pensioners may enjoy the savings by setting up special purpose vehicles. The military spending budget may be curtailed below at a maximum of 15% of total tax collections that can only be adjusted by an act of 2/3 majority of Parliament. Now, next part is the taxation. Sorry, this presentation is going a bit ahead. A single rate of income tax. A single rate of income tax. Right now, we don't have a single rate of income tax. Harmonized general sales tax. Again, we don't have a single rate. And customs duty, we have multiple rates. Set at an optimal revenue connection level shall be levied. No other taxes are to be levied on a permanent basis, at least on federal government level. And any urgent fiscal needs such as natural disasters or war will be addressed by creation of funds. We created this internal displacement fund to help them, but then we converted that, the tax to help to create the internal the displacement, and then we call it a super tax later on, and we continue to do that. The government shall withdraw all the exemptions from income tax, sales tax, and customs duty except for pension income below a threshold. The government will also withdraw all SROs and exemptions except on the sensitive items such as medicine and books, or maybe items related with climate change. The Parliament will make a constitutional amendment to bring the agriculture income under the federal government. All businesses in the industry, services, and agriculture, whether owned by private citizens or by state bodies, will pay the same rate of taxes. The government will not give, now this is about the private sector, the government will not give tax concessions, tax holidays, or tax credits to any specific industries or investors or private individuals, except in cases where government has entered contractual obligations. And I think we have seen the results of when we deviated from these contractual obligations, what happened. When Rakit happened, Iran is now going to claim again Pakistan for the pipeline. So these investments, these to be definitely respected. All kind of withholding taxes, except payroll, dividends, and payments to non-residents will be discontinued. Indirect taxes on utilities shall be withdrawn. The government will not provide subsidies to the public or firms, unless in the case of a national emergency. The government will replace energy subsidies such as tariff differential for agriculture tube wells in Balochistan with investment in renewable energy sources. We can still help them by not providing cheaper electricity, but by giving them alternative sources. Wherever possible, the government, in terms of budgeting, will apply cost recovery and usage fee as a principle of pricing of services and utilities under the government. Social protection, I think this is something which has emerged also as a good consensus in our view. The government will continue to use income transfer as a mechanism for social protection and will merge various social protection programs to eliminate duplication. It will also reform and centralize zakat collection and will redirect 80% of zakat receipts to be spent on these recipients. The government will not incur any debt to fund such a program, which is currently happening, and will only use taxation and private charities for this purpose. The government will also use the method of negative income tax by targeting those households that are earning below the income tax threshold and by imposing a negative income tax rate, which will be decided by the simple majority of the parliament. Now, as I said, markets are being manipulated by all the governments. So we are saying the government will not restrict any economic entity from engaging in any economic activity through the use of a licensing regime, except when warranted due to public health. The parliament may not issue any statutes to control the supply and demand of economic goods and services. The government may not monopolize any economic resources, including real estate. The government will not intervene to set prices of commodities, and it will not import or export commodities, and any institutions created for this purpose, such as PASCO, will be abolished. Currency and debt. The government and the State Bank of Pakistan will not have any special statutory powers or public mandate to control money markets, their manipulation of currency value to achieve a certain target value or range will not be undertaken by any mechanism, including quantitative easing. The government will not resort to printing money following the legislation ensuring the autonomy of the State Bank of Pakistan. And finally, the government will not utilize more than 25% of commercial credit available in the country in any given year. Last segment, private property. A constitutional prohibition shall restrict any commercial activity on part of the government-owned and organizations, and it will be unconstitutional to nationalize privately owned entities. Assets of any economic nature must not be held by the government and must be privatized, disposed, and restructured. And I do recognize that under the Ishrat Hussain committee in the last government, there was an extensive plan in place, but obviously this has not been implemented. The last part of this charter is talking about the implementation mechanism. We are proposing a national tax agency, and I think like to mention our friend Dr. Ikramul Haq here, who is not here, but who has contributed a lot in this debate. A national tax agency with a mandate to impose a simple and harmonized tax code will be established and will replace or restructure the Federal Board of Revenue and all other federal tax authorities in the country. It will be responsible for collection of taxes at the federal level with active role of National Tax Council. We also are recommending that a taxpayer's Bill of Rights will be promulgated by the Parliament. In the legislative part 1, fourth schedule of the Constitution, entry 47 may be amended by deleting the words other than agriculture income. Fiscal responsibility and public debt commissions. Now we have a Fiscal Responsibility Act, but we have not really operationalized the act. Therefore, we need to actually amend the rules of business to make more enforceable targets with punitive measures in the same act. And we need to establish not only a Fiscal Responsibility Commission, but also a debt limitation and public debt commission as well, which will provide strategy for future debt sustainability with the capacity to advise the government on future debt management and recommend alternative financing mechanisms for investment. And lastly, economic management. I think here I do recognize the importance of the economic managers. The secretaries of all ministries, and in particular economic ministries, shall be appointed based on their professional expertise, and their appointment will be protected under the tenure system for 3 years. So here I want to end my presentation. You have a copy of this, and if you like it, you can sign it. But happy to be a part of conversation later on. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ali. And I think a change has happened, at least as Dr. Limo said, that there's no discourse. The discourse is there, but that we are doing it in silos. But earlier, people were not talking about it. People were not sensitized about it, but at least they are talking about it. And now the point is where we have to converge, where we have to do something where everyone talk to each other. Our next speaker panelist is going to be Khurram Hussain, and he'll be talking about growth and inflation in Pakistan. Why does every boom end in bust?
Thank you very much for this invitation and this opportunity to speak. I'll wait for the presentation to load. I've brought some basic data here for everyone. So I'll keep it quick, but at least I'll keep the pace going. What we just see happening with the economy in the past 5 years or so is something like, if you imagine a bus that is going down the road, the bus has a seating capacity of 40 people. Just imagine this scene. But instead of 40, the bus has 60 people in it. It's laden with goods, and the rooftop has all kinds of baggage strapped down in it. And it's going almost at full speed. And if you imagine that the driver should immediately take their foot off the accelerator and slam it on the brake, what do you think is going to happen? Try and imagine the scene inside that bus as it comes screeching from a very, very high speed to a very low speed in a very, very short period of time. Right after doing that, the driver takes the foot off the brake, slams on the accelerator again, and as soon as the bus hits top speed, they again take the foot off the accelerator and hits the brake. Imagine that happening 3 times. That's what has happened to the economy since about 2013 or so. To the Pakistani economy. All of us are passengers on that bus. And the kind of trauma that we are today facing, and there is sort of a low intensity post-traumatic stress kind of symptoms coming out. When I speak to people, the principal agents in the economy, I hear echoes of post-traumatic stress disorder. Very low intensity, but nevertheless. This is a traumatic experience for an economy to go through. So I want to just speak to this briefly, to why is this happening? Why are we repeatedly applying the accelerator and then slamming on the brakes in this economy? And the answer is very simple. We have for at least a quarter century been engineering fake growth spurts in our economy. They are totally fake. And the data that I'm going to show you sort of casts a spotlight on those elements that are involved in generating them using fake means. And each growth spurt results in imbalances. So you have rapid expansion of GDP growth. The government of the day celebrates this as a symbol of their or an avatar of their successful policies and says, look, in our economy, in our time, the economy grew by this much. When the inevitable crash comes, and this has now become a pattern, the government has changed and power has been handed over to somebody else. The next person comes in and says, we inherited a broken economy. The outgoing people say the economy was doing fine while we were in power. And as a result, we are left with basically a mess that nobody wants to own. And the IMF has to step in and say, okay, guys, this is what you're going to have to do. Now, there were some critiques of the IMF in the morning panels. I would love to hear what people feel, what if there is a better way to manage some of the pressures that are created in the economy when this fake growth spurt is engineered. The way the growth spurt is engineered, all three of them, I identified three. Right, that one that runs from about 2002 till about 2007-8, roughly. Another that runs from about 2014 till about 2017, 2018, roughly. And a third that runs or begins about middle of 2020 and ends by about the summer of 2022, if not a few months earlier. Now, notice something: each growth spurt is shorter than the one that came before. Each growth spurt is less intense than the one that came before. So in 2004, at the peak of the Musharraf growth spurt, we had 9% GDP growth rate. In the second growth spurt, it took us to 6% GDP growth rate. In the last one, they were celebrating 4% GDP growth rate as a huge accomplishment. So each growth spurt is shorter in duration, is less intense in its magnitude, and leaves behind a bigger mess, requires a big bailout at the end in order to rescue and pull the economy back out. Each growth spurt is engineered using the exact same policy toolkit. A massive infusion of cash into the economy, either borrowed from abroad or printed at home, or a combination of both. And as a result of this massive infusion of cash, when the crash inevitably comes, it requires the same toolkit to handle it, to deal with it. A sharp increase in interest rates to drain out the excess liquidity, a sharp devaluation of the rupee to reflect the new price of the dollar in light of the abundance of local currency versus foreign exchange availability of foreign exchange liquidity. Fixed interest rates throughout the period of the block, which means that when the adjustment comes, what ought to have been a gradual adjustment happens in a very short period of time, meaning you have to slam on the brakes rather than gradually applying them slowly. And a fixed exchange rate. So sort of like a bit of a lie that we tell ourselves during that time period. Each one of these leaves behind a certain legacy. This is interest rates, okay? And let me see. Where's the laser? Anyways, you can see the interest rates. This is about July or so, 2018, and this is over here about July 2019. In a 1 year period of time, 12 months, the interest rate went from somewhere around 7% to somewhere around just about 13%, a mere doubling in a period of 1 year. That's a traumatic, that is slamming on the brakes. Okay, that's a very, very traumatic adjustment that was undertaken right at the end of the PMLN government. And then comes the even bigger one that we are in the middle of right now. So interest rates going from somewhere around 7% to 20% in a period of just about 1.5 years, near tripling, almost, not quite, but almost a tripling. So each adjustment getting more intense than the one that came before. If I were to take this graph further back and show you the adjustment that came right after the 2007 and 8 in that time period, you would see a similar peak, but it wouldn't be as intense as this. And this was not as intense as this.
And if we were to repeat this exercise one more time, this will be even more intense at the end of that exercise. We will not stop at 20%. I don't know whether we've stopped at 20% right now. But if we were to undertake this next one more time, we would probably be seeing real interest rates or the policy rate at 80% or something like that, quite possibly. That's where we are headed if we keep repeating this cycle time and time again. And this is consciously done. This is not the Pakistan sort of riding the vicissitudes of the global economy. This is something that is being actively engineered. Okay. This is the average exchange rate between 1970 and the present. Look at what happens in the post 9/11 period. Okay, the entire history of Pakistan, we don't see anything quite so drastic. And then suddenly, post 9/11, from here onwards, look at where it's going. Right? This is the same thing that you are seeing happen on the exchange rate, on the interest rates that I showed you earlier. The same thing happening with exchange rates. The rupee plummeting in value year after year after year, but it's not plummeting in a sort of a steady linear way. It's a very sharp, look at these sharp adjustments that it's marked by from here to here. And then this is the one at the end of the PMLN government. This is 2007-8. This is 2017-18. And this is our time right now. Each adjustment getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You keep going like this. At the end of one more round, if we decide to do this one more, play this game, one more innings, you may very well be end up seeing the rupee at 1,000 to $1. Entirely possible. Before calendar year 23 is out, we will see the rupee at 300 to $1. It already touched that back in January. But before 23 is out, this graph, right now, we don't know if it has stopped. This could well be going to 300. If we decide to repeat this story one more time, we'll be at about 1,000 to $1. Huh? Sorry. Yeah. Now, underlying all this, there is one very important structural change that happened on our external side, and another important thing that is happening on the domestic side. I'll just focus quickly on those, and then leave you with that. On the external side, I did a simple exercise. Okay, I've prepared for all of you a series of simple graphs using simple ratios that I hope and I believe sort of cut to the heart of the vulnerability in that particular area. So just do one exercise. Take the trade deficit that Pakistan runs and add on to it Pakistan's remittances in that year. So you have trade deficit plus remittances. The number that you get, plot this out from 1970 all the way to the present. And this is what the graph looks like. Till about 9/11, post 9/11, we are making a go of things on the external side, by and large, from our remittances. Remittances are more or less able to keep the trade deficit under control or within a small band. Okay, it's a fairly narrow band by comparison to what comes after. But look at the volatility that we see in the post 9/11 period. The trade deficit gets out of hand from the early 2000s and onwards, and remittances, despite the fact that they are growing and we celebrate the increase in remittances constantly, what we miss is the fact that the growth in remittances is not sufficient to help us plug the external sector gaps and vulnerabilities that are opening up in our economy. So every time you see this graph rising, what that means is that the trade deficit is actually falling. That's during the first year or 2 years of an IMF program, whose purpose is to bring the trade deficit down, to compress imports. Or one of the purposes is to compress imports. So imports fall whenever the growth rate falls during the period when an IMF program is operating. Remittances stay the same because remittances are not really indexed or in any way a function of our local growth rates. They are a function of the growth rates of the country from where they are coming. And as a result, because the remittances are continuing to chug along at their natural growth rate, when the trade deficit falls, this number rises. But then look what happens once growth returns. This is the period when they start pumping the economy again. Okay. You've got a massive decline in your foreign exchange requirements coming from the trade deficit side that remittances cannot keep pace with. And this is the time period when the reserves suddenly begin to erode and collapse. in our history. Another IMF program, during the operation of the IMF program, this was during the operation of CPEC. So then trade deficit was doing funny things, and then boom, from about 13, 14 onwards, once we get off the IMF program, boom, one more time, back to where we were. As soon as the growth returns, this graph collapses. And as it collapses, our foreign exchange reserves are gone, and we are washed up back onto the doorstep of the IMF. Here's another one. The way we have been meeting these curves, these lines over here, is rather than raising our exports, raising our remittances, raising our ways to manage our trade deficit, we have been plugging the gap with short-term borrowing, debt, basically. So to see the real picture with debt, here's what I did. I took all debt repayments on the external side as a percentage of dollar inflows. So this is total external debt repayments divided by exports plus remittances times 100. You got that? Okay, that's for every dollar that you earn, how much are you paying out as debt payments to your creditors? And you can see from about fiscal year 08, it's harder to take this line further back because the data gets disaggregated. But generally, this line remained around, it remained about below 5, around 5% for years prior. It rose briefly in fiscal year 08, brought back under control under the operation of an IMF program, stays over there, but look at what happens mid-decade. This is about fiscal year 15. It shoots up. By its height, you're paying 20 cents for every dollar that you earn is being given to your creditors. By our own standards, by our own history, that is the highest proportion that we've ever seen of our earnings, proportion of our earnings claimed by creditors as repayments on debt. This figure falls slightly because it sort of reflects the lumpy payments that are made in a given year, but then the debt is taken back again. So every time the debt starts to come down, the government of the day, whichever government it may be, starts contracting more debt in order to plug the deficit that I showed you earlier. And as a result, it starts climbing back up again. It's just never going to come down unless, unless the denominator changes, the dollar inflows, our capacity to earn dollars. This is something similar happening on the domestic side. Here's what I did. I took interest payments every year, divide that by net federal revenues, which is the revenues left with the federal government after transfers to the provinces, times 100, right? You plot that percentage from fiscal year 07 onwards, you'll notice prior to fiscal year 07, this oscillated somewhere between 40 and 45%. Between 40 and 45% of all of net federal revenues were being paid out as interest payments by the federal government. Look at what happens round about mid-decade from here. Comes down briefly. In 1 year, it crosses 100%. Okay, and that's fiscal year 19. It crosses 100%, meaning the federal government owed more interest payments than it actually collected in the form of revenues. Whenever you see this line coming down, it's not coming down because interest rates are going down. It's coming down because the growth process begins. As growth begins after fiscal year 2020, with the growth come revenues. Because revenues are being collected on the economic activity, they're being collected at the import stage. So as the economy grows, revenue collection increases, and as a result, this proportion comes down. But that growth is not sustainable. When that growth crashes, you have this. This is when the growth crashes, because interest payments remain where they are. The growth rate keeps going up and down. So when the growth rate comes down, it drags down revenue collection with it, and suddenly this proportion rises. Remember that famous Warren Buffett saying, when the tide goes out, we'll see who's swimming without shorts. So every time the growth crashes, we're swimming without shorts, and we find out this is the reality. This is where we stand in reality, and that fake growth that we had engineered momentarily just sort of created some deceptive indicators that made it appear as if prosperity is coming and sustainability is returning to our macroeconomic framework, whereas in reality it wasn't. It's when the crash arrives that we learn the truth about what and where our government finances really stand. This is monetization. Now, this is an interesting graph. What I did here was I took government borrowing from the central bank divided by total M2, total money supply times 100. Government borrowing from the central bank was the favorite instrument through which the government monetized its fiscal deficits. It's tantamount to printing money. Anytime you hear government borrowing from the state bank, think printing money. That's what they are doing. And they are booking it under government borrowing from the central bank. Look at the three, I want to draw your attention to three spikes. There's one right here. There's one right here. Okay, actually two. If I could stretch this further back, you would see a third spike in fiscal year 2007. Okay, so there's a spike in 2007. Prior to then, this percentage had remained below 5%. In the late 90s, 20% of the broad money supply consisted of money that had been artificially injected into the system by the state bank in the form of printing of money. 20%. That was a very high, that was crisis level. That's when Dr. Ishwar came into the state bank. He remembers that time. In his time, this proportion actually came down until it touched zero. I think that was fiscal year 3 or 4. It became his job as to undertake the adjustment to drain this liquidity out. This artificial liquidity had to be drained out of the system, and healthy liquidity had to replace it in the form of private sector credit growth and things like that. It remained in that level until about October 2007 when it spikes. And about a 12-month period, it shoots back up to 20%, back to crisis levels. Now notice what happens when the second crisis hits by about 2013. It shoots up above 35%. So now we exceeded our crisis readings from our historic crisis reading. That 98-99 was historic level crisis. I mean, we were on the verge of default and blah, 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 right? We've exceeded that level by now. And then it comes down again with the start of an IMF program. So these arrows, I'm sorry if the text has been blurred. This is when the elections happen. Okay, at the beginning. This is when the artificial liquidity is injected into the system. There's nobody in charge of the system at this point in time. A few months before the arrival of an interim government, the few months after interim government, and a few months after an interim government. You get about roughly a period of 12 months when there's nobody really watching the ship. There's no captain of the ship. That is the time period when the printing presses are fired up and printing begins. So, and that's the 1 year in which it happened. So October 2007 till November 2008, that's when the graph shoots up, right? And this time from about, I believe from here was about April 13, but no, it began in about January or so 2013 with the approach of the elections. This is when an IMF program is signed. So this arrow is telling you IMF program signed. This is when the IMF program ends. Once the IMF program ends, they hold on close to the 20% level, and then right about when the elections approach, this is when the caretaker administration comes in. Right about over here, this is weekly data. So right about over here is when they are talking about, okay, who's going to be the caretaker government, who will be the chairman of the election commission. Everyone's attention is going towards the election from here onward, and the printing presses are fired up. They continue until in the third round of this story, artificial liquidity crosses 50% of broad money supply. 50%. This is historic. You talk to people who were in the state bank during this time, and they will tell you incredible stories about what was actually happening within the monetary authority at that point in time. Day after day after day, demands coming up for MRPDs being issued at Q Block, demands coming up to deposit more and more cash. This was historic. We've never seen our money supply consist this heavily of artificial liquidity as we did in 2018. Is it any surprise that after this, I mean, that's when the IMF program is signed, and right after the program is signed, it comes down. Because suddenly you have a sharp hike in interest rates. This is the time period when we saw the sharpest hike in interest rates for that time period. Remember, I showed you in the first graph. Because you have to drain this out. We have to bring that all under control. And the sharpest exchange rate devaluation as well for that time period. This is the reason why, because we had done this in the preceding 1 or 2 years. Now, there's something deceptive happening here. It seems as if the line is coming down and down and down. In reality, it wasn't. In reality, what happened over here is until about March of 2020, which is the data point of about right here. Until about this point in time, there was a functioning IMF program. Printing of money was absolutely disallowed, and interest rates were kept high. The exchange rate was reflecting market liquidity conditions, but then COVID arrived, and the program reviews were suspended. So Pakistan went off the IMF program, but so they were, in a sense, freed from the constraints of the program, but the reviews were still, I mean, the program was still operational. It's the reviews that were suspended, right? So they couldn't print money anymore from the state bank. But the restraints on not sort of printing money through other channels were now gone. So what did they do in this time period? If you can't print from the state bank because that is disallowed by the IMF, they resorted to refinance facilities instead, right? And combine that with the sharpest interest rate reduction that we had ever seen, 6 percentage point reduction in a matter of like 3 months. What you had was yet one more episode where a foot was taken off the brake and slammed onto the accelerator. Within 3 months, interest rates are slashed by half. And as soon as the effects of that begin to be felt in the economy, they come out with these gigantic refinance schemes for industry. From March 2020 onwards until about March 2021, the state bank itself has said that they have, and they said this proudly, by the way, they said we have injected 5% of GDP worth of monetary stimulus into the economy to help it deal with the fallout of COVID. Of course, COVID had little to do with it. They were actually following very old established reflexes. This is what they always do to engineer growth. They just use COVID as an excuse. Right? There was no other sort of COVID mitigation panic anywhere else in the government. It seemed like the state bank was the only entity in the government worried about COVID. And the way to deal with it was to inject artificial liquidity into the system and keep boosting growth, keep boosting the money supply. 5% of GDP. How does that compare with preceding episodes? I took the total liquidity injection in this spike. The total liquidity injection in that, which was historic, right? This came to somewhere between 3.5% to 4% of GDP, right? The total amount of liquidity injected through government borrowing from the state bank from this point to that point. I say 3.5% to 4% because the nominal GDP figure was revised for that fiscal year. So it depends on which one you use, you get 3.5% or 4%. So if we consider the last one from March 2020 onward as a fourth iteration, first one being the pre-2007, second one, third one, fourth one was even larger. You can see the injections of artificial liquidity are getting larger and larger and larger. The interest rate shocks that follow are bigger and bigger and bigger. The exchange rate impact is more and more and more intense with each iteration of this cycle. And that's the last graph. So basically the point is we got to cut this out, right? So long as we keep doing this, so long as we keep using borrowed money and printed money to engineer short-term growth spurts in the economy and turn around to the country and say, look, we have succeeded. We have given you such a wonderful growth experience. And then leave it to the next government to pick up the pieces. We're going to keep repeating this story again and again. And with each iteration, it gets larger and larger. The effects get more and more severe. And today we're talking about whether we can even default, possibly, as a result of the fallout from the last growth spurt. So until this ends, I don't think there's really a lot of sense otherwise in rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Thank you.
Thank you, Khurram, for the exciting visuals and telling us how the booms and busts have been working and how it has affected the economy. Our next panelist is Dr. Waqar, and he'll be talking about reducing fiscal burden through energy sector reforms.
Thank you, Dr. Ameen Salman, for the opportunity. It's really an honor to be back at IPRI. And let me congratulate IPRI and the leadership, of course, Brigadier Saab is here, on really collecting all the brain power of think tanks, I can see, of course, STPI is here, Prime is here, CAS is here, and I could see FNF is here, and COMSATS is here. You know, so really kudos to your effort. You know, and I think it's. I must say, in respect of both Dr. Ishrat Saab and Dr. Nadeem Ul Haq Saab, that the two institutions that they, of course, implicitly represent, or I would say have really nurtured, you know, IBA and PIDE, of course, you know, to their credit, which we often forget, you know, how they have turned it around. So I think it's a great gathering of minds here. It's a tall order to come after Khurram Saab and Ali Salman Saab. Of course, both have presented very articulately and in depth, you know. And I was actually hoping to only touch upon one specific aspect of our fiscal burden, which is the circular debt. I just thought that the rest of the subject was too vast to cover in the time which was given to us. And within the circular debt, I thought of just touching upon maybe 4 areas. One, of course, is what is the size of this debt in the power and gas sector? Second, how this is impacting the deficit? Third, what would be the drivers, or what are the drivers? And finally, what is the plan? You know, that is what we'd be more interested in, that what is the forward-looking plan? Now, as we all know, and we have the diagnostic already available, and we don't need to go into it, that the circular debt continues to impact our budget through various channels. But the most important channel is that it increases government's borrowing requirement, which Khurram Hussain Saab also just informed us about. And energy entities are unable to recover their dues, end up relying on government guaranteed loans or federal subsidies to bridge those losses. And then, of course, this higher government borrowing in turn results into deficit, results into inflation. The energy entities, the GENCOs and DISCOs, in a bid to repay those loans, end up raising tariffs, which in turn also impacts cost of doing business in Pakistan. And of course, it has a knock-on impact on your exports, which go uncompetitive. So this is the huge impact that this circular debt in the end has on the budget, but more importantly on the macroeconomy as well. Now, what have been the drivers? While, of course, the list is long, but 3 or 4 main ones that we all know about, that energy sector entities are unable to recover the full cost of generation, transmission, and distribution. That's one. Second, the untargeted preferential tariff or subsidies allowed to certain sectors, certain segments are really unsustainable. And while, of course, the politicians would have their constituency to take care of, but the fact is that the actual cost of producing electricity in this country is not passed based on the ability to pay principle, something which we need to take care of. And then, of course, in the end, there's dependence on expensive fuels. I say expensive because your balance of payment is prone to fluctuations in international prices every now and then, which in turn makes the sustainability of circular debt a question. And more lately, we have seen our own depreciation of rupee negatively impacting the affordability of this imported fuel. Now, what is the size of this debt, you know? And it is interesting to note that we find it very difficult to estimate the size of circular debt in the energy sector. If you tell me as a Ministry of Finance today that you want a number, it will at least take me 4 to 5 weeks to come up with a number of circular debt in the power and gas sector, given that the debt is parked in so many different accounts and under so many different definitions, you know, something which we are now trying to overcome, basically. But the size as of end 2022 stood at somewhere around 3.5% of GDP for power sector and 1.2% of GDP for the gas sector. Now, why should this number alarm us or should be a concern to us is because it is really almost the size of my development budget with provinces and federal put together, you know. So I use all the fiscal space which I could have spent on human capital, on sustainable development goals and other things, just because of the stock. This is not the flow figure, you know, and. As Ishrat Saab would remind us, you know, that it's not that the government is not aware of the problem here. It's just that we have gathered here to not only prioritize the matter for the government, but also shape that will that forces a political government to move into this direction and really paying heed to these numbers. Now, what's the plan, basically? And I'll just end with these 2 or 3 slides. The first part is that we really need to walk the talk. So backed by the fund, the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank, including our own local experts, there is a circular debt management plan in place for power sector. Not for the gas sector as yet, but for the power sector. And we have now started monthly monitoring and reporting on this plan. The plan will align power tariffs with cost recovery. It will improve targeting of subsidies. And while this is a short-term effort, there are medium-term efforts which are also required. So in the medium term, the effort to reduce the production cost has to be put in place, which in plain English means reducing the technical losses, cutting off, let's say, power to consumers who are not respecting their bills, scaling down the T&D losses, but also improving the T&D infrastructure, improving discourse governance, on which Ishrat Saab's report is there on the Cabinet Division's website, in line with the new state-owned enterprise law. Also introducing private participation, which has died down in the energy sector. The incentives for private participation have reduced over time, but there is an SOE triage plan in place, which is being rolled out. And then, of course, introducing competition with the new national electricity policy. Now, I believe that the national electricity policy is quite forward-looking, given that it gives a role for alternate and renewable energy. And the ARE policy, of course, will not only transition us towards a greater power sector sustainability, but also helps us transition towards cleaner and greener fuels, sources of energy going forward. It also, the national electricity policy also allows the transition towards a wholesale power market, making it more competitive with multiple buyers and sellers through the establishment of a competitive trading bilateral contract market. Now, this is, I'm not saying that this is easy. This is easier said than done, but the plan is there, and there's a whole lot of development partners and private sector forcing the government to move into that direction. So that pressure is also there to move towards the competitive market. Now, for the gas sector, we still require a circular debt management plan, such as the one we have put for the power sector. We've been slow at it, but I do understand that the ministry is working on it. Particularly, the amended OGRA Act allows greater credibility and support for cost recovery. Both the companies in the gas sector have aimed, they have targeted quantitative aims for reducing the unaccounted for gas losses, infrastructure improvements, and theft control. Now, all this is moving towards a very logical step, which is the unbundling in the gas sector, which has long been proposed by all the experts. So just to end my presentation, I think this should be a huge area of interest to people like us who advise the government. We need to advance the power and gas sector reform in line with what we have committed. We have proposed to the fund, actually. So we really need to, that's why I was using the sentence, we have to walk the talk now, given that this is what we have proposed in the staff report of the fund. Second, propose energy tariff increase. It should not be politicized. If we have committed to an energy tariff increase, it should go through if we want private sector participation in the sector. Private sector wants to see that credibility that we will really abide by our own promise. Thirdly, of course, to ensure private sector's return, including the returns of Chinese in the private sector. Power sector subsidies have to be made more transparent, including the cross and hidden subsidies. And then, of course, as I said, the gas sector reform has been pending. One really needs to now implement the amended OGRA Act at a much more faster and broad footing. So once again, thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Ali Salman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waqar, for a very pertinent conclusions. And now we have our last panelist, and that is Mr. Adnan Yunus Lodi. And he'll be talking about moving ahead on economy, explaining the new approach. Nancy.
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, I am that classical civil servant who is responsible for all the economic ills. Secondly, I totally understand it's borderline embarrassing for me to speak at this time with more economics. So I will just stick to 3 slides. There are actually 3 slides. First of all, I think everybody has already talked about it. These are the permanent problems we have: low growth and unemployment, balance of payments, energy sector losses, educational underachievement, population pressures, and pricing and subsidies by the government. We have a consensus on these problems, that we face these problems. Now, my proposal is, please banish these terms in the policy circle, in academic circles. First of all, anyone who tells you we are an agriculture country, agriculture is the solution, agriculture is the way forward. No, sir, it's not. We should be very embarrassed that we are still an agriculture country. There is no way out. We are going to be rich through agriculture. Accept it. And if anyone comes out with a solution that agriculture is a way forward, please block his number. Number 2, export-led growth. It's amazing. It's a good slogan. It was valid for 1980s, 90s, early 2000s. Elite consensus on international trade is no more. We are 10 years late now. There is no way Pakistan can grow through an export-led growth. Just see the international trade scenario. What's happening to Russia, what's happening to Iran, what's happening to China, and what is happening inside United States of America. If you need any reference, just read Inflation Reduction Act. This is absolute industrial policy which shows we will buy made in America, which kills at the heart of WTO, and they are not letting WTO work. So the elite consensus between the EU and the US that the international trade is going to bring peace is no more. So therefore, for a country like us, export-led growth is not an option. Third, a lot of time we see that the population is a problem. Population is growing. 2 things. It's an educational problem. There is an ample evidence across the world. Increase women education, increase women labor participation, and you are not going to have a population problem. Imported energy, we tried in 1990s. We tried it with the LNG. We have failed it. Except this, we are not going to have any permanent solution with imported energy. Now, what are the new approaches? It is very easy to, say that don't do this and don't do that. But these are some of the ideas. Are they backed by evidence? Yes. Are they backed by numbers? Yes. Can I provide right now? No. Because it needs obviously a lot of time. Energy. Please take electricity as a major source of energy. We are importing LNG, and we are importing that LNG. We are burning that LNG for our kulchas and tandoors. We are wasting imported energy. So as a policy matter, government has to decide which source is going to be the main source of energy, and it has to be electricity. We are talking about the IPPs, a lot of IPPs are there. We are into the agreements. Buy these IPPs. Otherwise, we are not going to solve this circular debt problem. We are going to pay because there are capacity charges, other things. Buy these IPPs in advance. Use PSDP from the provinces, use PSDP from the federation, but buy this. If you don't buy it and you keep continuing, we are locked in an energy situation for next 10 to 15 years. You will obviously listen that make discourse efficient, make a distribution. It's cultural thing. It's not going to happen. You are not going to make Peshawar Electricity Supply Corporation any efficient in the next 5 to 10 years. It's not possible because it has to do with culture. It's just not pricing. It has to do with culture. You cannot change that culture. You cannot take that culture. So what you are going to do? You can make them increasingly irrelevant by microgrids, by rooftop solars, by going to the industries and talk to them, okay, build your own power system, build your own power plant, and they are already doing it. If you need data, go to the cement plants and see they have their own solar plants as well. For education, except it's the responsibility of the state, mechanism is not. If you are going to open university in Laya, university in Khanewal, university in Sargodha, the end product is, unfortunately, someone who is not employable in Pakistan or abroad. So take education as state responsibility, enrich and expand the best schools. I don't need medical colleges in Rajanpur. I just need the scale that Aga Khan is producing. If they are producing 2,000, we need to take it to 20,000. We need to increase the scale of lump graduate, GIK graduate, fast graduate. I don't know how you are going to fund it. You have the money, but you are funding in the, like district and tehsil universities. They are doing no good to anybody. On employment, agriculture, I have already explained. Industry, because of the circumstances beyond our control, the security situation, the cultural situation, the situation in the world. If someone is saying that we can do and be industrialized in the next 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, it's not going to happen because your own businessmen, they are not reinvesting in industry. So be very clear. What's the way out? Services. Services is the only thing that can, pick us up. By services means services export within the border and services export through your HR export as well. One of the problems that we always face in the government is pricing. Whosoever is in the government, they are not happy or they are not likely to increase gas prices, electricity prices, fertilizer prices. You have to think about the principle of gradualism. For example, if you know that the price of oil prices are going to increase, you can increase the price by like 25 paisa per day. It's very doable. It has been, applicable in different countries. India is already doing it. So when we stop price, like for example, gas price, freeze the gas prices for like 5 years, 7 years, we end up with massive circular debt in energy sector. And for the import of petroleum products, if you see the last year data, 80 billion was like total import, and I think 30 or 40% was energy or petroleum import. We have to kill the miles. There are a number, there's a number that, every year Pakistan is traveling like 250 billion miles. So how can we do it? We need to have a sectoral approach. What's the sectoral approach? Let me give you 2 examples. There are like 14,000 banks in Pakistan. Why do we need to open all 14,000 banks daily? Why we cannot have a digital emergency? Why a state bank cannot enforce that you have to open on two days only, and you have to make sure that all of your clients, they quickly shift to digital products. The same is the case with education. We are opening, like, for example, we have universities, colleges. There is no need to have like 5 days of education at any university or college. You have to go for a digital emergency. and you have to make sure that your consumption of petroleum is reduced. And it will also help you in pollution. Just came out with the data that Lahore is the most polluted city in the world. So we have to, think about this. And same is true for the public sector as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Nansab, for these radical approaches. And now I give open the floor for questions. If we have any questions from there, can anyone share the mic with Dr. Madison? Mic aayega na? Beta yahan.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Khurram that, for example, you said that every time, we start growing, somebody, there is a break put on our growth. And I think this is exactly what I've been talking about. I've been saying that Pakistan, every time, we go to the IMF, and when we are making the currency, and this is cost inflation, but the state bank, but I guess the state bank follow, the loan rate, which is a proper policy if there is inflation, and don't exacerbate the problem. So that ties into your theory. But you see, the moment we are trying to get out of the difficulties, suddenly, because of devaluation, suddenly the IMF comes and tells the state bank to increase the loan, and that is that is growth. I just want to, this is all. I just wanted to say that this mind analysis ties up with your analysis, so it doesn't contradict it, but it reinforces it. And with regard to Mr. Babu, I just wanted to say that you see, you need to find out why your agriculture is not growing, why your manufacturing is not growing. Your attitude is like the escapist sort of policy that would be not going to just concentrate on services sector. You see, because you have to find out everything has to do with the IMF policies, and that is why our industry is becoming non-viable, because our costs are going up and then the rates are going up. So we can't just next time IMF finds out that we are growing through the service sector, then we will come to the service sector. So we need service sector also. Then where do we go? Thank you.
Madam, thank you. One comment, but can we take another question, Anika? And then Dr. Usman.
Please, Madam.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Lodhi. I'm interested in knowing what are your alternatives to Pakistan's growth. As you said, we can't use agriculture and export-led growth. And then the last presentation, the last point of your presentation on digital emergency. Pakistan is a country with very low internet penetration rates, very low digital transformation, and also access to digital devices is, I think, 17%, according to the last survey that came out. But how do you think these would be not just applicable, but also efficient in delivering what the intention is? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Usman.
Thank you very much. Sir Anil, congratulations to you for an excellent event.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the learned speakers. My comment and question is posed to Sir Khurram. You had a very data-driven presentation, and through the data, you have succeeded enormously in delineating the political budget cycle, essentially. And I would like to refine your analogy. It's not that the driver hits the brakes. It's that koi nawa banda andar vich aa janda hai. A new person barges in through the window, pushes out the driver, says, "Man, see open seat," and he hits the brakes. And that speaks actually, through your excellent analogy, to the political dysfunction. And sir, what I have witnessed in my country, and others can attest to it over the last year, is the controlled demolition. You can control demolition of a building, of our socio-economy. Sir, I have carefully studied the last days of the USSR and the last days of the Shah, and I grew up in post-revolutionary Iran. So I would ask you and the other speakers, can you persuade me that we are not in the last days of the Shah or of the nomenclatura today?
Thank you.
Do you have any other question or Dr. Durrani?
Thank you very much. Very illuminating discussion indeed, and I stand educated. My question to all of the panelists is with regard to loss-making SOEs. We haven't talked about that because why should I be paying the PI's losses or railways losses, or a man who would like to travel by air would be in fact bearing those losses? There has to be some remedy. For instance, the steel mill is making, in fact, you have to pay for no production at all. What is that? What sense is it making? And then you talked about the circular debt. Definitely, it is there. You can talk about it. You can lessen the subsidies. But the question is with regard to the charter of economy. My only observation is which political system is going to implement that? And I'm not sure a presidential form of government.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have the responses and then we have the second round of the questions?
I am not asking question, just responding to him. I'm a civil servant, also retired additional secretary, Nuzhat Fatima. My last question was on DG Privatization Commission. So you asked about SOEs. No, they won't be privatized because there are vested interests in not privatizing them. And you mentioned steel mill and many others. They have huge tracts of lands attached to them, upon which land mafia is eyeing them, and other players are also eyeing them, and bureaucracy is also eyeing them. So the things would be just kept like that. Plus, every financial year, finance division makes huge contributions to their exchequers to provide salaries and all that. Again, the labor unions, they are happy. They are not going to. This is one. And one point of my own, if somebody can answer from the speakers, we had growth spurts in numbers, as some of the young economists were mentioning. Yes, during Musharraf era. And but point is, why were not they translated into increasing our productivity on ground, whether be it in industry or in agriculture? My younger son from civil service, he says we shouldn't think of agriculture. Why shouldn't we? We were a bread basket for the area for more than all these years, centuries. Why shouldn't we still are exporting, although informally, to Afghanistan and to Central India, Central Asian states and all that. If we are the bread basket, so we have to work on our agriculture, but we are now importers.
Sure.
So, and same goes for manufacturing. There was a time when we were very much on the road to Korea.
Very well. Shall we respond first, Adnan? You can, and then Khurram and
Madam, on agriculture. First of all, because there was not a lot of time, agriculture is very important for food security. It's important. We have to follow it. We have to increase agriculture productivity. That's given. That's the default position. My point of view is very simple. Agriculture is not a way to make us rich, one. Agriculture is not a way to solve economic problems, two. Agriculture is not a way to solve unemployment growth issues, period. The problem is the policymakers and the political elite, they sell agriculture as a solution to these ills. Agriculture is never going to finance our trade deficit. It's impossible. So my point is, focus agriculture for the sake of food security. And that is something else. But my point of view is that don't let anybody sell agriculture as a solution to our permanent problems.
Please.
Okay, I appreciate your question on productivity increases. The answer has to be short because it's actually a very big question. And I can tell you this much. It's even beyond my scope to answer the question, why has that not happened?
I can tell you about 2008, I asked Dr. Shamshad Akhtar the exact same question. We've seen so much money coming from abroad. Why is our productivity? Her short answer at that time, and this was on the air. This is not a private conversation. Her short answer was that there I blame the corporate sector. Those were her words right there. She basically laid the blame more on the business side rather than on the policy side. And then there was a conversation to be had there, which is a big and expansive conversation. So I'll just leave it at that. I think to a significant extent, it's the mindset of our business and industry leaders. Yes.
Sure.
I mean, like I said, this becomes a very big and growing conversation. But Madam Shadab, I think I may not have made myself entirely clear to you. My entire point in showing that graph was to show with data that the inflation that we see after every such growth spurt, and in fact it begins during the growth spurt, is almost entirely demand pulled. Always is. And this whole idea that this is cost push inflation is an idea that is pushed by big business only. There has no basis in reality. And big business, and I know this because I've been, journalists have interacted with them, and I've been a TV anchor, and I've seen them during interviews with them. I know these guys pretty well. This is exactly how they operate. They obfuscate the reasons why we are in a high inflationary environment. The data shows very clearly that monetary factors create the growth, they create the inflation, and monetary tools are required to combat the fallout that comes from it.
But the moment we devalue the currency, the prices of agriculture, these manufactured, imported capital goods, industrial raw materials, oil prices go up.
Yes, we do, but that's the point. It's not us that devalues the currency. When you print money and you flood rupees into the economy and you have not increased your dollar earning capacity at the same proportion, then you have more rupees chasing fewer dollars. The value of your currency declines automatically. If you want to fight against that trend, you need the dollar reserves with which to fight it, like Safdar tried to do by fixing the dollar price. And when you don't have the reserves to do that, you go borrow short term in order to peg the price of the rupee and try and manage it at a higher level. Then you have an even bigger disaster like we had in 2018. That is why each cycle is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
So, Madam, can we have it over the lunch?
I'm pretty sure that settles the questions that were asked.
There's one last question coming from there.
And I'm a criminologist.
Single state. Right action, just question.
Please don't interrupt.
I'm not interrupting. I'm just saying, is it a question or a comment?
This is a question.
The mic. Okay.
If you have arranged this and if
You have requested something that at least please, I mean, system के अंदर है कि आपने उसको system. He has ever described advisor. Really should all his statements on this flawlessness. I have a system. Let me tell you. We have in shambles. What is the system? If you really want to become economically powerful, I will show you we have a system. But the line which you that line is the same books, the same mindset. People change that mindset. Yes. Thank you. Anyone would like to respond? Please.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक तो जो पहले दो सवाल हुए उसके ऊपर ब्रीफ कमेंट्स एक तो आई थिंक हमने जो नया बॉगीमैन ढूंढ लिया है विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट वो उसका नाम Okay, IMF is not asking us for devaluation. IMF never asked us to devalue the currency, the exchange rate. All IMF has said, leave it to the market forces. If we leave the exchange rate too long at a fixed rate, it's a problem to be fixed. So when we do that, we enter into a problem. So it's a correction measure, but it's not a measure of their prescription. Secondly, ये जो हम कह रहे हैं कि जी IMF की वजह से social issues आते हैं, protection आती हैं. Dr. Shahida mentioned about the how roti had become more expensive. But I just mentioned 4 very quick factors. Look at, for instance, wheat support price. Look at the productivity of the wheat. Look at the flour mills quota system we have. We have far more flour mills in the country than we need. 2/3 must shut down and operate at full capacity. And then we have interprovincial ban on the flour movement, which actually creates black markets. So ये तो IMF नहीं में कहता. ये तो हमारी अपनी पॉलिसीज हैं जिसकी वजह से हमने प्रॉब्लम्स पैदा किए हैं, उसको हम ठीक करने की कोशिश करते हैं बाय दीस डिस्कशंस. दूसरा ये कि जो सिलेक्टिव इंपोर्ट बैन्स हैं ये हमने आजमा लिए. अगेन रिमेंबर व्हाट आई सेड इन द बिगिनिंग, ideas have consequences. So everyone was saying, it may be exception of couple of economists कि जी चलेंगे इंपोर्ट के ऊपर सिलेक्टिव लग्जरी बैन लगा था. अभी हमने रिसेंटली नंबर्स देखे हैं, 92% of our imports are non-luxury in nature. Taha is doing that research. We'll share that later on. 92%. And when you leave it to the hands of, let's say, the ministry, the customs official, Ministry of Commerce, it becomes very difficult for them to actually distinguish between what is import, what is luxury, non-luxury, or even soap. Soap Association ने कहा कि जी please declare us necessary item. So एक तो ये प्रॉब्लम है. दूसरा ये कि जो स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन है पार्लियामेंट वर्सेस प्रेसिडेंट सिस्टम के ऊपर, इसमें दुआनी साहब मेरी जो गुजारिश है कि आई थिंक द चार्टर व्हिच वी हैव प्रपोज्ड cuts beyond whether the system is parliamentarian or presidential. The real question which we are trying to address is the role of the government in the economy. So through changing the rules of the game and through proposing new rules of economic governance, that is like which we have proposed, we believe that any system, if it respect those rules, can actually bring prosperity for families, for firms, for businesses across board. Whether it is parliamentary or presidential, I'm not going into that. I think essentially our role of the state in the economy is at misplaced at the moment, and that needs to be thoroughly fixed. The last point, whether we're talking about forward-looking or not, I don't know if the gentleman was listening to the presentation I made. I gave at least 40 ideas forward-looking. Dr. Waqar mentioned specifically in the energy sector, 10 solutions and other solutions also. And we don't have to agree with those solutions, by the way. Not everyone has to agree with those solutions. I'm not saying that we have not come forward with the solutions is not factual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we conclude today's seminar. Thank you very much to all the participants and our panelists for their constructive inputs. And let's close the session, and everyone is invited for the lunch over here. Thank you so much.